Good morning, everyone. My name is Duraludon, and I will be running Master Detective Archives Raincode any percent. If you're not staying for the rest of the run, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. This is the any percent category. You just go from start to finish as fast as possible, and it's a pretty long game, which is why it's here. And I will be doing my best to explain everything that's happening because, while I can't skip dialogue, I can fast forward most of the dialogue. And so I will have to pull double duty of telling you what's going on the entire time, because this game is a murder mystery game, so it's no fun if you can't also figure out the mysteries. Time starts when I press the start button with, or I guess, oh no, that was the wrong button. My notes say new game. Embarrassing. How do I? Let's just do this. Great start. Me too. It was a big thing when this game released that anything after chapter 4 is super big spoiler territory, and so you're not even allowed to like talk about it in public, I guess. But we will have to go past chapter 4 in order to beat the game. So if anyone who works at Spike Chunsoft is watching, please don't come after me. Put your efforts into a new Mystery Dungeon game or something. I think that's all I have to say. Time starts when I select new game, which will be in 3, 2, 1, go. Game does have an autosave feature that I cannot turn off. And while I cannot skip dialogue, I can skip cutscenes. So I will be holding down the R button, which is the skip button, constantly through the next 8 hours. So the first thing we're going to do is select our difficulty. The options are lenient, mean, troublesome, and adorable. We pick lenient because it's the first option and it doesn't actually make a difference. This game is sometimes cute with its choices, and sometimes the choices don't actually affect anything. This choice, however, starting for real, does matter. There are 3 options: start for real, yes I'm sure, and not yet. If you pick not yet, you just get stuck in a dialogue loop. I don't actually know what happens if you pick the other one, but we pick start for real because, again, it's the default option. So that now that we have not selected our difficulty, it's time to actually start the game and meet some characters. There are a lot of characters. In this chapter alone, we get introduced to like 7 of them. So there are a lot of names to keep track of. Our main character is waking up in this storage area, and he can't remember anything, but a voice is telling him to check his belongings. He finds an envelope from the World Detective Organization addressed to Yuma Coco Head. So our boy Yuma has to decide what is happening. He is apparently a detective the World Detective Organization. And he is almost late for a train. So we have to decide that we're in the train station's lost and found. Earn some detective points, which doesn't actually do anything during the run. And now he is running to catch his train, and in this cutscene I'm about to skip, he jumps on the train as it starts moving, which can't be safe, but he makes it on unscathed. And now it is time to look around the train. This train is completely automated. There are no drivers on board. It is just us passengers. There's a bathroom on the train, which we do have to investigate because it will be important later. There's an infirmary, which we cannot access right now, but will also be important later. Two whole control rooms. Neither of which have people in them. Instead, all of the people are right here. Car 2, this is where the dining area is. There's food, I guess, and drinks. One thing about this game and its writers is that very few things are not important to mysteries. So you really have to pay attention to everything. A couple times you're going to get these little fast-forward explanation scenes, which are very funny, because Yuma is just explaining whatever just happened to characters that weren't there, and so when you're fast-forwarding, it goes even faster. All 5 of these people are master detectives, and they were told that there would be 5 master detectives on the train, which is weird because there's 6 people on the train. So what's happening? All master detectives have some special supernatural ability called a forensic forte, or just forte for short, and those help them solve mysteries. The first guy, Zilch Alexander, can talk to and control animals. This girl, Poochie Lavmin, has... I don't think she told us yet. This woman is Melanie Goldmine, and she is very into fashion. Her forensic forte is being able to... she is a spirit medium, but she can only communicate with the spirits of people whose clothes she is wearing, and so it won't work if the clothes don't fit her. That person was Aphex Logan. He doesn't tell us what his forte is, but he likes to fight people. And this last guy is Zange Eraser, and he is old. Fortunately, Melanie cannot get cell reception here, so she can't call the World Detective Organization to ask why there are 6 people on a 5-person train. Aphex is using his forte now, called life detection, and he finds that there are exactly 6 people on the train. And to make sure he's not lying, we're going to ask Poochie to use her audio aptitude to hear if there's anyone else on the train. And she's a very quiet person, but she does yell at Aphex to be quiet, which is funny. It is important to note that no one else seems to notice these cutscenes where the other detectives use their fortes. They just stand there until they tell them, yep, it's just 6 people. So because 2 detectives have confirmed that there's only 6 people on the train, they aren't both lying, so we can confirm that they're both telling the truth on that. Now we have to ask about where we're going and why we're going there, because we don't remember anything. Amaterasu Corporation is a ginormous company that owns this train and also the entire city of Kanai Ward, which is where this game takes place. A human hears a voice saying, "He seems nice and all, but maybe he's the imposter." Is not what you want to hear on a train full of detectives with nobody around for miles. These are nerves. Melanie gives us coffee because we don't know how old this guy is. There's also alcohol at the bar. You're allowed to choose anyone from the 6, including yourself, for who's the most suspicious, but choice doesn't matter, so just pick the first option. And now Zange is going to show us his forte. Zange's forte is photography, which is... he can project his memories onto electronic devices, and normally they disappear within 48 hours, but if you copy it onto something else, it stays there permanently, so you can use that in investigations, which is useful. And so he showed a video from his perspective of Yuma drinking the coffee. So now our head hurts, so we're gonna lie down, but unfortunately the infirmary's locked, so we gotta look somewhere for the key. The only open area is the bathroom. So in this cutscene that I'm skipping, Yuba passes out. Anyway, jump scare warning.
Huh?
Surprise! We're being haunted! They recognize this thing as the ghost from the intro. Her name is Shinigami. She is a death god that Yuma made a pact with, which is why he lost his memories. Yuma's been asleep for about 2 hours. But no time for that now. I smell smoke. It's not just because I'm awake at 5 a.m. So, in here, we see, or we would have seen, Zilch Alexander with a knife through his chest on the bed in the infirmary on fire. And now we use the fire extinguisher to smash the glass, open the lock, and now, for the first time this game, dong ding bong bing, a body has been discovered. Part 2. There's another one. This is the fastest back-to-back corpse, I think, ever in a series written by these people. That is Melanie Goldmine. And she can spear medium herself. There is alcohol bottles next to her, so maybe she was set on fire using those.
Let's go to the next one!
The train just shook, and oh no, the power went out. Whatever will we do? Oh, it's back on. Okay. Not something you want to happen, especially on an automated train. And we're in a tunnel. Okay, where are we? Car 3.
I'm getting excited here!
Really? Another one? If you interact with the teddy bear on the chair, you get a cute little Monokuma reference, which is nice. That is the first of 2 references to everyone's favorite teddy bear from a different series by these writers, which I shouldn't actually be referencing.
Yep, it's a corpse.
Here. Phew. Finally, we can go into a room and there's no body. There is, however, a suitcase with Zilch's letter that's identical to the one we got. Except, of course, it has his name on it instead of
You just gotta
ours.
hit this thing and it'll be good as new!
The intercom isn't connecting, which, well, what's the point of it then? Backup control system automatically manages the electricity. And right now we're running on the backup electricity. That's the map of the route. Alright, car 4.
It can't be. Yep, it's nothing.
You do have to enter that room even though there's nothing in it. There soon does have something in it. So there were 6 people. Pretty sure we found 4 bodies by now. Who's left? I know you don't remember any of the names. The last one is Aphex Logan, the guy with life detection. Even though we saw him use his forte. This is Melamie's bag. Already found her body. Nothing in her bag outside of, like, makeup. And would you look at that, we've exited the tunnel. So, Melanie said that the 5th car door wasn't working. And, oops, okay, the 5th car door is working now, and what is this? I didn't even know you could burn a train car. And, oh no, the 5th corpse? Everyone except us is dead! How could that happen? And in fact, we know this corpse is Aphex's because it has the collar chain thing that he had.
Yep, this corpse is real too.
Okay.
Sure hope you got all that down.
Restroom is burned and smashed up. And of course, there's no one in either control room. And we've arrived at our destination! How fun! So, after 5 quick spontaneous combustions, it's time to get this game started. I hope you didn't spend too much time learning everybody's names. But we are arriving in the station, and these people known as peacekeepers are coming after me. And so that means we get quick time events. How fun. A little more information about the pact with Shinigami. No one else is allowed to know about her. And also no one else can see her, because she's a ghost or something. And so, even though Yuma's going to talk to her, this new individual, Swank Atsunel of the Peacekeepers, I guess, is going to say, "What are you, crazy?" Because he's talking to someone who is not there. So, even though they didn't spontaneously combust, those Peacekeepers did faint because there were knockout drugs in the coffee and the other drinks, which is probably why Yuma's head started hurting.
Oh, stop with all that pitiful.
Because we are in dire straits, Shinigami is going to help us out by magically stopping time and changing forms. So this is her power this is her form at full power. And we are going to enter that mysterious place to enter what we like to call the Mystery Labyrinth. And to quote Shinigami every time we enter one, "Down the rabbit hole we go." And because it's a speedrun, we don't save, which is fine, because the game autosaved immediately before. There are loading screen tips, which are always fun to read, especially in chapters 2 and 3. It typically tells you about the characters or some world building aspect of Kanai Ward, both relevant to her chapter. So the Mystery Labyrinth is in another dimension from the real world, but it is connected to the real world, specifically the mystery of who did all this. And so we are going to get a bunch of solution keys, which I like to refer to as truth bullets, that will help us solve the mysteries in the labyrinth. So everything in the labyrinth is representative of the mystery, but the only thing actually from that mystery is the two of us. And And so this definitely is the tutorial labyrinth. So there's going to be a lot of tutorial stuff, but none of the tutorials are actually popping up because I'm playing on a file where I've already completed the game once. So not going to give us the tutorials again, which is helpful because it saves time. And hopefully we solve the mystery, complete the labyrinth, and Swank just doesn't completely ignore us the moment we get back to the real world and resume time. Even if we do know the answer. And I do. So there are, I'll call them creatures in the Mystery Labyrinth called Qs, just the letter Q. And they are these silly little guys. According to the loading screen tips, they possess no intelligence, and so they are completely neutral parties, but sometimes they make up these things, which are called mystery phantoms, which, again, just represent someone in the real world who is trying to obstruct the truth somehow. So we are going to defeat them with a solution blade, which we got in that cutscene I skipped, through the fascinating method of, I'll wait for it to come up on the screen, a reasoning death match.
No need to draw this out. You're the culprit behind this case. You murdered 5 master detectives. That's the only explanation. Everyone else is dead. You're the only one who could have done the crime.
And so we are going to slash the wrong words with our solution blade with the right solution key in it.
You knew it was drugged. That's how you avoided
And it's actually faster to slash everything as long as it's not a wrong answer.
And you went around killing them all.
So, fortunately, this time
You took the waste copy.
there are no wrong answers. So, Zonge's thoughtography image proves that we actually did drink the coffee with the knockout drug in it. So we could not have done it. And now this mystery phantom has been defeated with the power of facts and logic, and hopefully he will never show up again because I don't like him. Oh, glad that's over. Back to this. The reason we are able to go into the Mystery Labyrinth is because of Shinigami's power. That is not, in and of itself, our forte. Which just adds to the mystery of, what is it? Since, you know, we're a World Detective Organization detective, we must have a forte because that's the whole point. So now we have to decide, is the culprit one of the 6 on the train? I say yes, because the train cars doors and windows cannot open if the train is moving, and according to the control panel or whatever, the train never stopped moving. So at no point was a 7th person able to get on or off the train. And both Apex and Pucci would have no reason to both lie
Your deduction is wrong. Other than the 6 on train. You must
about
have been
there only being 6 people. And so everything I just said is what we're proving now. We just said there was no 7th person,
The accomplice just wasn't there when those 2 checked.
and now we're saying train never stopped.
So what if the windows don't open? While everyone was knocked out.
Because we stopped the train, you know that's wrong. According to the operation log, the train was moving the entire time from start to finish. This isn't the locked room mystery. The locked room mystery is in chapter 1. Don't get ahead of yourself, or else I will. We don't want that. That'll ruin the surprise. So now we have another decision, but this time Shinigami wants in on the fun. She wants to decide whether the culprit committed suicide after the crime or they just played dead. So she decided that played dead is the right answer, and we are going through it whether I like it or not. And her reasoning is, if the culprit was actually dead, that wouldn't be fun.
So you think this path will lead toward the truth, right?
Decide how you feel about that,
No idea.
and whether you think this was the right answer.
It's pretty common to encounter dead
If it's
ends.
not, no big deal. It wasn't a big deal. Since there's only one option in the Mystery Labyrinth, there must be only one possible logical reason. And the Mystery Labyrinth is all about logical reasoning. So...
But to commit suicide after the crime would mean... After killing the other four...
let's talk about logical reasoning.
Himself, right? Is that really the right answer?
The Mystery
I
Labyrinth's roots
really
represent
wish I could go
logical
faster.
deduction. If there's only one route, then it's the only possibility. I think the only option left is the culprit off himself.
Even according to Shinigami herself, she's not the greatest at solving mysteries, but she's the one with access to the Mystery Labyrinth, so she teams up with... at least in this case, she teamed up with the detective so that mysteries can be solved. Now it's time for a combination of QuickTime events and solving the mysteries. So we have 3 rapid-fire questions with a very short amount of time to answer them. Who was the last person to die? That was the culprit. Who set fire to the dead culprit? Must have been them. And so who was the last person to be burned? And that was Zilch Alexander, because we saw him on fire, and everyone else was already burned. So probably the order we found them was the opposite order of when they all died. But because Zilch was the last to die, he must have done it. And we've reached the goal. That was easy. This is what we call a conclusion door. It is very rare. In fact, it's so rare, this is the only one in the game. I think that there are a couple of things that I think the developers or the writers just forgot about, and the fake conclusion door was one of them. There aren't even any real conclusion doors anymore. We just know when the case is over. So now that we've already demolished the conclusion door, we can't go through it if we wanted to. We have to prove that we made the right decision in another reasoning deathmatch. Oh joy.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime. He burned the 4 passed out victims, then set himself on fire, and died from immolation.
Wouldn't make sense for Zilch to have died by setting himself on fire because there was a knife in his corpse. And so now the Mr. Phantom is going to say,
Of course I know why.
there was a knife, he stabbed himself in order to knock himself out so he could be set on fire without it hurting, which is really terrible logic, especially when you remember that there were knockout drugs he could have taken. And if he was the culprit, he would have known there were knockout drugs there, because I don't think any of the other detectives would have a reason to give everyone, including themselves, knockout drugs. No? So now Shinigami is going to use some special technique of hers to knock the memory out of our head so we can re-investigate the room more closely. This is the infirmary in R5. Looking at the blanket, it is not burned where the knife was, and there's no blood on it, so that's suspicious. And this cushion has a little hole in it, and also no blood on it. Now it is time for our first Shinigami puzzle. Shinigami puzzles are fun because you get to spell words. And it's really funny how the game introduces you to them. Like, for this puzzle, the clue is Zilch's death was actually a blank herring. And with 3 letters, the answer is, say it with me, red. And so we get simple words like that. I probably shouldn't spoil what the next 2 words are, but they are very funny, especially in conjunction with this one. So now we get a treasure chest. Treasure chests and mystery labyrinths contain solution keys because that is the only thing we care about. So, better that than anything else, because even though the loading screen tips and some of the characters will tell you about the money system, there is no money management system in this game. Periodically in Mystery Labyrinths, Shinigami will ask you to use one of 2 spells with asterisks in them, I guess, so we don't get sued by Dragon Quest. And one of the options is always Zoom. And the other is something else, like Hocus Pocus or something. Zoom is always the correct answer.
Zilch was...
And just like in Smash Ultimate, you click Zoom, fly upwards, you land in wherever you were going, which isn't that efficient, because if you start flying directly upwards and land flying directly downwards, that's slower than if you just went in a straight line from start to finish. So even though we're on a new path, our logic is still shaky, and I mean that literally. So now we got to do more QuickTime events, or QuickTime event multiple choice questions. So did we actually see Zilch? Yes. Was the burnt corpse actually Zilch? No. When did Zilch swap places with the corpse? Before Yuma entered. After we saw there was a corpse in the bed. Corpse in the bed, by the way, is my least favorite nursery rhyme. Now we get to decide, where was Zilch hiding? He was hiding under the blanket that was not actually burnt. Whenever there are these 3D model looking cutscenes, they are cutscenes, so we can skip them like cutscenes. I don't know why they look like that. It almost looks like they forgot to finish that section, but they do it throughout the game, so it's a stylistic choice. Just whatever, I guess.
I won't let you pass! Enough of your nonsense! You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that! Someone who could replace Zilch would need to be the same size as him! He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse! It would have been caught at the station! It'd be impossible to get it on board!
This red text is... I forget what it's called in this game, but in Danganronpa it's white noise. I think it's also white noise in this game. So those are annoying. to have to slash around, but if you do, you get more points at the end. Also, in the cage in Reasoning Deathmatches, it says dead or alive at the top. LED thing. I don't know what those are called. I don't go to real cage matches. I just play fake ones. So now we're in a tunnel chasing representation of Zilch, and oops, I fell down.
How is the corpse?
Oops, I fell down again. Those falls are scripted, and I think it was kind of funny how I would, when I started running and like routing and rerunning this game, I would try to like move differently to not fall down, and you just can't. No matter what you do, you just fall in those two specific places. And there's nothing you can do about it, and oh well. So now we have a decision to make. Did the body move through the train? I'm gonna say no. However, I noticed current world record says yes. So there's actually, well, there is a right answer, but one of them is more of a right answer. During this reasoning deathmatch, everyone decides, yep, actually, the body did not move. So hooray for time save.
If they didn't pass through the train, do you think the corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The doors lock when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occurred during the train's operation. Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
Blackouts. Not a bad contact. Yes, we do know the train did not stop because of the control log of the train itself that says the train never stopped. So, with the Shinigami puzzles where you have to spell out words, the first word you spell is red. The third word you spell is car. The second word you spell is detached. So, both when I first played this game in a call with 3 or 4 other people, and when my sibling was playing this game and I was watching, both of us completely ran out of time and or stamina on that word.
Master.
Because it is not nearly as easy to figure out what word they're looking for as
The
red.
shaking happened just before the blackout, right?
Now we're figuring out how the corpse was able to move through the train without us noticing, as well as the culprit. Told you already, but the answer is car. Those video games aren't educational. Now I know how to spell. Yes, the answer to the next Shinigami puzzle is 4. And there is no indication logically that is the correct answer. You just have to find out that the right answer isn't 5. Okay, that's not entirely true, but like... Oh, whoops. So it's a time loss if you try to slash a fake weak spot, but time saves if you slash all of the non-weak spots.
The train was always running on the same tracks. There's no way to shuffle the train cars around.
Kinda gave it away, but the answer is 4.
Are you ready?
And that is the only Shinigami puzzle to do numbers. Everything else you just spell out a word. I don't think you ever spell out 2 words. That would be difficult. I'm like detached. Yeah, so the car 5 we entered was actually just car 1 again. So there couldn't have been 2 car 5s, so there were only 4 cars total.
That was a pretty solid deduction.
And now we've finally
Impressive.
reached our answer.
Of me for seeing your potential.
Dilge Alexander,
It's
You are-
so strange.
the imposter.
It doesn't feel like I'm learning this stuff, more like I'm remembering it. Maybe I was even a high-ranking detective in the WDO.
Now's no time for bragging. You still gotta catch him.
Right!
Time to climb all of these stairs!
You know, making the first car look like the fifth was a really big trick to pull off. I'm surprised the train cars could disconnect and reconnect so smoothly.
The train's automatic operating system must have had it programmed before we departed.
Even the trick with the swapping train car?
Probably. It had to have been done automatically.
Well, it'd be easy for Amaterasu. They own the train.
That's what I'm worried about. Even if I obtain the truth here, won't they just ignore what I say and arrest me anyway?
I keep telling you not to worry about it. As long as you have the truth, the culprit can't escape.
Why are you so sure of that?
As with all of the sections with stairs, if you don't make it to the top on time, which I don't think you can make it to the top on time, there's just a transition effect. Very helpful. Now it's time for something that's a bit rare. 2 cutscenes in a row! And so now that we went through all that trouble of going up all these stairs, the castle falls down and we fall with it, so now we're on the ground again. And now it's time for my favorite part of the game, which is when Shinigami grows ginormous, puts us in her crown, and we do the Great On-Set Destroyer Shinigami section of the Mystery Labyrinth. This is the final stand
Master!
of the, whoever is really not wanting us to,
Go away! Give up and scrap!
solve the mystery.
Shin is wrong!
So there are iron balls we can kick with A, brick walls we can destroy with Y, spikes we can jump over with E.
Switching the first and fifth cards is
And-
just your imagination. It's
sometimes you have to select solution keys to disprove these statements. So there is evidence they swapped because the car number plate was destroyed, so we wouldn't find out it was actually car 1.
That's nonsense! I burns the plate to disguise it? No, I didn't do that! Stop it! Stop! Go away! Get away from me! Wait! Get away! It just happened to be easily burned! But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number
Alright,
car it was.
now is our final pièce de résistance. Hard evidence proving that it couldn't possibly be another car. That was
Looks like we need another
when we
solution.
broke the glass with the fire extinguisher to open the lock. We cut our hand a little and bled all over the lock. And then by closing the lock or opening the lock, it was actually hidden until we found it again. And so because of that cut, we have definitive proof that it was indeed the same train car. Bilge was hiding in main control room A because we just didn't look hard enough for that room. Because the door was locked. Alright, time for the closing argument, deduction denouement. If there's nothing else you will take away from this game, it's how to pronounce denouement. If there's nothing else you will take away from speedrunning this game, it's how to spell denouement. So now we have to recreate the case. Oh. But oh. Now that we have unraveled the mystery, it's time to talk about it again, because that summer wasn't good enough. Now we have to hear Yuma and Shinigami summarize it. For 5 minutes. So luckily, now in current patch, you can fast forward this. In version 1.0.0, you can't fast forward this. You can't even turn on auto text advancement. You have to just mash A for like 10 to 15 minutes at a time. So that's not fun, which is why I'm not playing on 1.0.0. Because of my current setup, I can't actually hear the game, which means I get to guess which of these lines are being said by Yuma and which by Shinigami. Pretty easy to tell most of the time, because all Shinigami does is make editorial comments, which just makes this take longer, so I wish she didn't. So we saw the corpse. We saw the corpse up close, and it was wearing his glasses, and that's why we assumed he was dead. And also, we saw him clearly before breaking the glass, but then the room filled with smoke, which is when he swapped places with the corpse. Now, as one last bit of housekeeping, Shinigami reaps the soul of the true culprit because that's just what she does. Now that that has happened, Mystery Labyrinth disappears, and we snap back to reality. So we're still talking to no one, so Swank thinks we're hallucinating, but he has just been informed that Zilch is now dead. Which is, surprised him too much for it to not be the truth. So now it's time for this guy, Ex Machina, to save us from certain doom, and by certain doom I mean Peacekeepers. The moral of today's story is, it's probably not spontaneous combustion. Anyway, because of paperwork or something, we get to go free. And now it's time for this guy introduction. This is Yakko Furio, or should I say Chief Yakko Furio. He is the chief of the Nocturnal Detective Agency, which is the World Detective Organization branch here in Kanai Ward. Yeah, we're now in Kanai Ward. Only took us an hour to get to the main setting of the game. And he does have an explanation as to why there were 6 people on the train. That first timer bonus, Seabass. Because those are all the grades you can get. Also, I learned from my sibling that matching A goes through those faster. It's the one time that holding R is not how you go fast in the game. Alright, so welcome to the prologue. An hour into the speedrun. So one thing about Kanai Ward is that it's raining. And it has been raining non-stop for the past 3 years, which is probably where the raincoat part of the game's title came from. But yeah, this is our main location. Look at all the neon lights, city heights, and billboards that probably aren't in any real world language. Everyone has an umbrella or raincoat or something, because
Neon looks magical blurred in the rain.
of all the rain.
If there really is an illusion in the rain, I think it'd be the streetlights.
Nonstop for
I don't have any memories of this scenery, but
3
it
years.
still makes me all nostalgic. Perhaps I'm from a city like this one. Or maybe if you formed my mind into a shape, it'd look like this place.
Hey, isn't it weird how it's not flooded, given how it's always raining here?
It looks like they have a good drainage system. See? There's a drain leading to a pipe over there.
That kind of thing creeps me out. Just imagine what would happen if I got sucked
The parts in this game where you just have to follow somebody
There's a
are
clown in the sewer staring at you!
aggravating because you both move so slowly,
Made you laugh!
and so it's difficult to know
My colleagues and hired
when
assistants
to
all quit.
stall a
He said
little bit
working
and when
here
to
as a
just keep holding
detective was
forward.
simply impossible.
Because if you go ahead of him, he just waits for you forever, so that doesn't advance
The
anything.
whole city ever since?
But I can't wait too long, or
It's
that
not like I
would
could
lose
change
time.
careers. I'm a WDO detective, after all. Clients trust me to do the job. Although
When he
most
stops
of my
at
requests
intersections to
involve
wait for me.
infidelity or finding lost pets.
We need
What
to
about
stand somewhere specific.
The peacekeepers
So-
get to handle that. Detectives don't even
Stressful
get
for
close.
what should be
Oh.
the most simple part of any video
But
game.
now, things could be different since you're all here.
Huh? All?
So as he implied, it's not just the two of us. And to make things even weirder, this section of walking to our destination moves automatically for me. And even though he walks faster than I am, or at least he did on version 1.0.0, like, we get left in the dust in that version, but it still goes into a load as soon as he completes his dialogue, which thankfully we can fast forward this time. So, the main thing to take away from this is that Amaterasu Corporation, who again owns and runs Kanai Ward, does not like detectives, which is a good sign for us, Yakko, and the other 4 detectives who are now here in Kanai Ward. They also probably survived their own tragedies on the way here. So, if nothing else, we can become friends with everybody through rock bonding. Hopefully that's the most off-color joke I make this whole time. So remember, the most important things cannot be seen by the eye. So we press a button and out of the water comes a submarine. That's right, our detective agency is a submarine in this river. Because again, the company that runs this city does not like detectives. So who's ready to meet 4 new characters? I know I am. So they're playing a game where the guy in the yellow has to strike a bunch of matches in a row, and Chief opening the door made a match go out even though it was already lit, so that counts, I guess. But the other one still wants money. So the first one to arrive is Halara Nightmare, whose catchphrase is, "With my logic, anything is possible." This guy is Desuhiko Thunderbolt. This lady is Fubuki Clockford, the heiress to the famous Clockford family. I'm sure you've heard of them. And the guy in the fireplace is Vivia Twilight. Now everyone is here. It's true of all the best Switch games, really.
Sit down, we're right here.
So, it turns out that Yuma is a trainee detective, and everyone else here is a full-fledged detective. And Chief Yako isn't technically a master detective because he doesn't have a forensic forte, but he still works for the World Detective Organization. That this guy on the phone, somehow a video phone, in a submarine, in a city completely isolated from the rest of the world. This guy is the head of the World Detective Organization. So we have to be nice to him and follow what he says. And he says to solve the Kanai Ward's ultimate mystery or whatever.
In the unending
So that was probably our opening cutscene. Okay, this is probably our opening cutscene. Spoke too soon. And that's the prologue. Finally, a chapter of this game where no one dies and only took 2 tries. Now we're going to get a little preview, or at least we would have gotten a little preview, of Chapter 1, The Nail Man Killings. You know this isn't going to be another chapter where nobody dies. Unfortunately, those are the best kinds of chapters to me. Makes me wonder why I'm playing a murder mystery game. So good morning, everyone else has already left, but we are going to wash our face in the sink. And also, the only thing, because Yuma's profile, because Yuma is just a detective in training, there wasn't much on his profile. In fact, the only thing on his profile was that he's a good cook. So we made Chief breakfast.
I hope.
Smells good, but unfortunately it makes him sick. Okay, so all the other detectives get to stay at a fancy hotel while we get to stay in the submarine because we're just a trainee detective. How could I forget to open with meat buns? Meat buns are Kanai Ward's specialty. Everybody loves them. Yakko's favorite food, pretty much all he eats. Yeah, that's why he didn't like my cooking. But if you're just joining us, grab a meat bun, enjoy the show.
Come on, let's go! Go, go, go! Zoom! Head up the stairs!
We are in the first area, sort of, Hamasaki district. Kanai Ward is split up into a bunch of
Where
districts.
could it be?
Each one has different aesthetic and different caliber of people. And an important thing about this one is that you can walk on the streets because there are no cars. In other more fancy districts, you have to cross the street at crosswalks, which I think is both funny from a game mechanic and a something aspect. So Vivia is reading a book. In it, this boy and this girl make sandcastles. But at night, the girl keeps destroying the sandcastles. So we have to decide, does the girl like the boy, or does she not like the boy? Okay, we found 3 of the detectives, but Alara is not here yet. She's probably fine. Vivia is looking for a book called The Crow and the Dove, Survival of the Fittest, World of Salvation. So we get to ask some people about it. There's a guy who just really likes talking about books, and he can't stop talking about this book. And so we have to talk to him, even though I said, hey, don't talk to this person who is halfway across the district. So we get to go up to the bookstore. Oh no, this camera angle. Crow and the Dove, Survival of It as well. If you don't correctly remember the title of the book, owner chastises you, but you don't actually, I'm going the wrong way. The bookstore owner chastises you for not knowing the name, but he figures out what you're talking about. There are about 5 requests per chapter, except maybe the last one, but that's the only one we have to do. And you have to keep doing it no matter how many times you play this chapter on the same file. Now we're getting our first hearing of the Nail Man, who, I guess, killed somebody at the clock tower. This is another moving forward cutscene. Not doing anything here. Shinigami's just pulling me towards this place called Ginma District. Is one of those fancy districts I talked about where you have to cross the street at a crosswalk. Other attractions of Ginma District include an art gallery. Really nice, actually. There's a dinosaur skeleton replica outside of it. Yami is really prejudiced this chapter. I don't know what happened. There's always something with these writers. There. Gonna go to the over there.
I can smell the mystery coming out of it. Look at all those rubberneckers.
We find out that the mailman is a serial killer. Called such because he leaves nails all over the place. Scene of the crimes. So now we are going to ask around to learn more about this mailman. Mailman's crime scenes are always locked rooms filled with nails. So whoever is excited about locked room mysteries, I have good news for you. You have to talk to all three people with exclamation points above their heads in order to advance the story, even though only one of them actually tells the legend of the Nailman. You think of a person you hate so much you wish they were dead. Write their name on a piece of paper. You find a doll that looks like them, and you nail that doll and the paper to a certain tree in the forest behind the church. I think. Mailman comes and nails them. So, even though it's been an urban legend for however long amount of time, it's actually happened now. That's concerning. But we're here to help this kid. But we didn't exactly think our plan through, because there are peacekeepers everywhere. Luckily, Lar is here with super fighting powers, and they take everybody down. So, Through no actual action of our own, we have saved this boy from peacekeepers, which is always a good thing to do. But unfortunately, this boy's dad is the current suspect in the case. But he was here to repair the clock tower, so he's not actually the mailman. Now we have to figure out who is. The only thing Alara cares about is money. Because this boy is a child, can't pay us. Alara is going to charge us 5 million Xian. Xian is the currency of Kanai Ward. And for reference, 5 million Xian is enough to buy a luxury car. First person on the scene was a clergy member as well as some peacekeepers. And if you look close enough at the profile of the suspect, it gives you both his date of birth and his age, which tells you when this game takes place. Unfortunately,
Come on, let's go.
I've forgotten what that number is, but it is much
Yep.
after the year
Stairs so you
2024.
don't get fat.
You remember that part.
You can do it, Master. I see a suspicious door.
Alright, who's ready to see a body?
To be honest,
Too bad, here you go. This is a murder mystery game. Or Styrofoam. This is lampshaded a little bit, but because this is a Spike Chunsoft game, blood is pink. It just is. Just deal with it. Now it's time to investigate. First thing we should do is turn away from the body. Look at this door. The lock is broken. Play with this window. Again, facing away from the body. There's a little latch in the corner. Lets you lift it. It is very high up, and I don't think you would survive a fall from that. Finding that the lock automatically locks again when the window closes. Under the window, there's some water damage, and the nails in those dolls have some kind of yellow stuff on it. Now let's get out of here before peacekeepers show up and arrest us too. In case you've forgotten, they don't like detectives.
body or something?
Go through this hole in the fence.
How far does this go?
Because the boy found something.
Are you keeping up, Master?
Found footprints. Even though neither he nor I are leaving footprints. We found some, and the footprints do not match the watchmaker. Like,
If all the peacekeepers wake up, they'll be sure to pay you back for this.
new character alert. And he does not speak very loudly for reasons I don't remember that aren't important. His name is Seth Burrows, and he has to speak through a megaphone because he forgot how to speak normally and only mutters. A public execution? Oh no! Luckily, there's the secret way out.
Who knew some brat would save ya? If you let them take the lead, you're gonna be down 5 million yen, right?
We need their help now, so
Do
we
you
are
have
going
that kind of money, Master? Or
to go to the
are you gonna
cafe
go
and
dead?
offer the 5 million yen, even though not that money. Somehow that not only took more than 30 minutes, but 30 minutes longer than expected. So we actually have to pay 5.5 million yen. Plus 800 yen for the coffee. Traveling by bus is usually faster than traveling on foot to places you've been before. Sometimes you're not allowed to travel by bus. And also, bus apparently costs 200 yen every time you use it, unless you work for Amaterasu Corporation, in which case you get to ride for free. You do not work for Amaterasu Corporation. But again, there's no money management system in this game, so we can take the bus as often as we like.
Master, you gotta hurry!
So even though Chief Yakko has nothing to do with the Nailman, nor is he suspected of anything to do with the Nailman, he's going to get hurt by the Peacekeepers in 3 hours. So our investigation of the clock tower took more than 30 minutes. We gotta hurry. I don't actually remember what he wrote on the card, but probably important.
You can get to the church from Kamasaki district. Time is short.
Let's
Hopefully
hurry!
Shinigami is here to lead us. Church, which is right here. Now it is time to meet the 4 people who are currently at the church.
Time for an investigation!
There is the servant, priest, the nun, and the worshipper. The nun is the most interesting character because she has anger issues and also a broken arm, and also she's trying to create a new genre of music called what's it? Come on. Death metal choir. That's fun. Worshipper is obsessed with the Nailman and keeps explaining the Nailman killings. The servant found something that looks like the thing he just drew in the church's incinerator that only the people who work for the church have access to. And Halar is hinting that one of those 4 may just be our culprit. But don't get your hopes up too high. So we're going to investigate the other 3 crime scenes in the order that they happened. So first is this secret gambling club that takes place at a secret casino. According to the loading screen tips, it is members only. The rates are obscene, and cheating is rampant. I said that before it just popped up on the screen.
Where's the secret club?
You notice that we don't actually know anyone's friends with Forte yet? Okay, they're just like keeping it a secret. Find them all out in due time. Of course, this chapter we learn about Alara's. Somehow the door is unlocked. Don't question it. Don't complain about it. Ever wanted to know what a casino looks like? Probably not like this. So Halaru's forensic forte is post-cognition, which lets them see what the crime scene looks like the moment it was discovered by somebody other than the culprit. So the first person to see the crime scene who isn't the culprit will, that's what Halaru will see, and we can investigate that way. And we found out that Yuma's forte is coalescence, which lets him hold hands with another detective and also get to experience their forte, which is really helpful so Halaru doesn't have to explain everything to us and risk us not believing her. So this is what it looks like with post-cognition. Below the vent there are these nails, and some of them are hammered in weirdly. At the time, there was a key in that glass. Okay, that was fun use of our time.
What a rip.
Everything. Next victim is the owner of this mansion. It's a very pretty mansion. Although the chalk outline does clash with the wallpaper. The gate's locked. Whatever shall we do? Silly question. Interestingly, instead of being like on the door on version 1.0.0, the exclamation point marker is still on the gate. after Alara opens the door at the gate.
Feels like a jump scare's coming up.
This is the room where it happened. Be blood, that's typically a bad sign. So I was right. Yeah, jump scare for corpses, like a lot of them. One per location. Oh, this is our third one already, so there's only one more this chapter. So, Alara has a sketch of the mansion in their pocket. Also, jump scare for this doll. I do not like this doll. Stop it. Get away from me. Alright, we finished investigating that one. Only one more to go. Can you believe it? Do these so quickly. Attendance at the art gallery isn't stellar. I wonder why. Fourth and final victim, I think, was the curator of the art gallery? I'm, not sure what they did. That was this most recent, well, now the second most recent murder. It's only about a month ago. Also, Shinigami makes up nicknames for everybody. Alara's nickname is Pellara, confirming that hell probably does exist in this universe. So, a poor jump scare when we use post-cognition on where the body was. Here we go. Jump scare. Ooh. Still paint on the ground. Why is there so much paint? It's an art museum, not an art studio. Okay, one more jump scare. Surprise! There's a body. So that window opens, but not enough to even fit your hand through. Okay, not everything. There's one more thing we're going to do, and that is investigate the window from the other side.
Outside the window? Could that have anything to do with the locked room?
I wonder what Halara discovered.
You know, I think Halara is just having fun pushing you around.
Yeah, you can't fit through that at all. Oh no, look, a person. Quick, don't say anything suspicious. I'll call the peacekeepers. I am a peacekeepers. And lucky for us, this is the guy who, along with the worshiper at the church, discovered this body. And he says that the worshiper knocked over that paint can. Shinigami's nickname for Chief Yakko is Buzzhead. The only other indicator of how much a Shan is worth is, once again, talking about meat buns. A reasonable price for meat buns would be 100 yen a piece. Better quality ones are 250 and even 500. 500 is kind of expensive. There's one shop that sells them for 1,000 yen. That's super expensive, but they use spices or whatever, so they're allowed to charge that much. I need to hurry back to submarine, the area with the submarine, so we can save Yakko from.
Halara seems to know who the real culprit is. That's incredible.
Come on, where's your competitive spirit? You might be a trainee, but you're still a detective.
Has anyone solved the mystery yet? Fortunately, Yuma hasn't, so... we might be in a pinch here, because even though it has not yet been 3 hours, Seth is going to say, time's up, which is unfortunate for multiple reasons. He doesn't like to admit it, but according to the servant, the nun's good arm is the one that's broken. In case that affects your deductions. Oh, there's nothing else I forgot to mention. Now that we really have an audience, it's time to go to the Mystery Labyrinth. Hopefully we can figure out... So because we use coalescence with Polara, they are able to go to the Mystery Labyrinth as well. So we get to have some company this time. Down the rabbit hole we go. So, one thing about the Mystery Labyrinth is that it defends itself both with the Mystery Phantoms and the Qs and whatever, and also by making whoever goes in it forget about the case. So, luckily we don't because we have the power of Shinigami, but Polara will need to have everything explained to them. So, not only do we have to... So first we saw the case happen in real time. Or I guess in post-cognition time.
Master?
And now we have to do it through the Mystery Labyrinth. And explain it to Polara. And during the deduction denouement, and during the recap after the denouement. So we get to experience this case a whole 5 times before we can continue. How fun. Anyway, because there are 4 separate rooms, we can probably do them in any order, but the game wants us to do number 4 first because that's the first one we investigated. Because that happened, like, this morning. So now we have to figure out the locked room. So, first thing we have to figure out is where did the culprit escape from? I think they went out the window. Fortunately, it's a long way down, and the watchmaker is afraid of heights, which is probably an indication that it's not him. So now we get a special kind of quick time event puzzle where a bunch of answers will fly at us one at a time, and we have to wait for the right one. So what did the culprit use to escape? Why a rope ladder? Traces did the rope ladder leave behind? The marks on the nails of the dolls under the window. Okay, they just say rope, but it was a rope ladder. It's not obvious at all, but that is a beam coming from Shinigami with the hearts on it to the megaphone, not coming out of the megaphone. The heart beam also happens after the Shinigami puzzle, probably. And so now the Mystery Labyrinth has given us the rope ladder with which we can climb down, and this time there's ground underneath and we're not just falling forever. And we deduce that by cutting each rung of the rope ladder, this becomes a rope. Pull one end of it, the whole thing comes down. You can throw it in, throw it away. So now we have to prove that the watchmaker is not the one with this rope ladder.
These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime. The watchmaker was also at the scene. And he had a hammer for the nails. In other words, he committed the crime. After committing the crime, just as you deduced, he created the locked room and escaped via the rope ladder.
Escaped through the rope ladder because afraid of heights. And that's enough to defeat Venom. So it's good enough for me. Well, that was an easy mystery. Yuma is the only one who can use this illusion blade because of Shinigami's power or whatever. Alara is just here for fun, I guess. So, helpfully we get a solution key that whoever did it had access to the incinerator, because that's how the rope ladder was disposed of. I'm going to do the other 3 locked rooms in order because I want to. Culprit flee from? Why they went through the vent. Like that, but in reverse.
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it.
Nails beneath the vent were how the culprit got into the vent. And also, the vent was not screwed in at the time, so the culprit was able to remove the cover and go through it. So, according to Shinigami, the Mystery Labyrinths do have an emergency exit, but there is a high price to pay, so it's not worth it to use. And I don't think it's worth it to use anyway, because we have all the clues. We don't gain anything from leaving and coming back. Come on, go to the second locker room. We are in the mansion. How did the culprit get out of this one? I think he took the door. Okay, so now to figure out how the culprit made the locked room, we'll make it ourselves by locking the door behind us. Put the key back in. The key was thrown in through the vent. And it right under the corpse. Doesn't have Yuma through it, but that's fine. How was the corpse moved? Because the key was under the corpse. So somehow the corpse was moved on top of the key, because the key was thrown in and then body was put on top of it, I guess. It used a string, of course. While I would love for there to be a beach episode in this game, it's been raining nonstop for 3 years. Also, the city is isolated. That's just for that one mini game, which we do several times every labyrinth.
Your deduction is wrong. Do you have any proof that the corpse was moved? The corpse was fixed in place. It didn't move a millimeter. In fact, that corpse shows no sign it was ever moved.
Because the bloodstains on the upper body dripped downwards, but the bloodstains on the legs dripped outwards, the corpse had to have been moved eventually. And we're gonna figure out how right now through the power of quick time event puzzles. What position was the corpse in before it moved? The upper body was sitting up. How was it sitting up? The string, what we just found out with the beach episode. How did the corpse lie back down? String. On version 1.0.0, there was a typo in the third question, but it has since been fixed. Alright, so now we're going to take the steps to recreate the locked room. So first, the string was tied to the vent. Then, the worst thing I've seen in my life was put around the corpse, under the neck, because there's a little line. Was returned to the vent, make this triangle, leave through the door. Whoops. And the key was thrown in through the vent gap, the string was retrieved, body fell on top of the key. We have recreated the locked room. So glad. I don't know how these were done. So we get a solution key proving that because the culprit was able to throw with good accuracy, then I don't actually know what. I don't know where I was going with that. But the down man really likes wires, given that in the fourth locked room there was a rope ladder, and now there was a string. Maybe this locked room has something to do with spaghetti. Can we get some moderators in here, please? Okay, jump scare warning for when I enter the door. Alright, so now we're given the key. How did the key get back in the room? Was it thrown in? You tell me.
Your footing's crumbling away! You're gonna fall!
I think it's really funny that the only option is yes, and then you just have to not do anything. And then you fall down anyway, so like, what's the point? So now we're going to recreate the locked room again. We're going to nail the doll to the painting. Exit the room. Step 3. Appreciate that the question's still there from when we were back outside. Fine. The key was nailed to the doll that I've put on the doll already there. I appreciate you all asking for a mod check, but don't spam. Please and thank you. And what information does this give us about the culprit? It is empty. Whoops. So we didn't figure out anything new, but we did solve all the locked rooms, so that's reason enough to celebrate, and now there's a new path forward. Let's take it.
Don't be afraid to roll the dice. You must keep
Alright,
your
it's accusation
senses.
time.
Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction.
Get ready.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
15 seconds. My logic, anything is possible. We get to see his cool Mystery Phantom redesign. Notice all the nails around him because he's the nail man? Okay.
I'm a man of the cloth. Doubting me like this. It's total blasphemy. I am not the mailman. That's it. The first one to discover the bodies. The mailman is the worshipper.
Time to process of elimination, everybody. The mailman can't be the worshipper because he doesn't have access to the incinerator because he doesn't work there.
A member of the church is the culprit? Even so, I am not the culprit. There are others working for the church. Yes, there's the servant. The servant must be the mailman.
Servant was not able to commit the crimes because he is too large to fit through the vent in the casino.
The nun must be the culprit. She's dead and also works at the church. The nun was absolutely able to
Nun was not able to commit the crimes because her good arm is broken, so she would not be able to throw the key with good enough accuracy to land under the corpse. And even though the animation for us throwing the key showed the string around the key, I don't think that happened in the actual case, so whoever threw the key wouldn't have had a second chance. And now he gets another Mystery Phantom redesign, which is cool. And now it's time to do something that we haven't done before, and I think the writers forgot about this because we never do it again. We're going to bluff.
Enough with your stupid fantasies. Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy. Enough with your stupid fantasies. Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy. Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood? Of course there's no evidence.
Oh, whoops.
Because I'm not the culprit.
Uh-oh, I'm losing time. Help.
Enough with your stupid fantasies. Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy. Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood? Of course there's no evidence.
So we're gonna say we found the footprints and they matched your footprint. He's gonna say that's impossible. I burned the shoes in the incinerator so you wouldn't be able to match the footprints. Oops. And we got him. Good job, everybody. So even though we found the priests committed the crimes, this isn't over. Because one of these crimes is not like the others. And so at this point I remember to tell you that it is not public information how that all of the victims were killed by strangulation. Even though one of them was not killed by strangulation, just made to look like it.
Go, go, go! Go, go,
was the third locked room, the art gallery lady. She had a blood stain on the top of her head, which probably doesn't happen when someone gets strangled. I wouldn't know. I don't like these TV transitions because they scare me. Jump scare me. At least I get to run really fast and then fast forward it. So now we have to decide why the body was like that TM. Why was the cause of death made to look like straight? Let's copycat crime. Copycat crime, by the way, is what I was charged with when I put somebody's kitten into a Xerox.
The strangulation
That's a
was
joke,
faked
please don't arrest me.
to imply this crime had the same perpetrator as the other 3 incidents. By making the crime scene as similar as possible, it appeared like the mailman was responsible for an unrelated murder. Which means this was a copycat crime.
I agree.
15 seconds later, it's time for round 2 of Whodunit. I'm just surprised that there exists a photocopier emoji.
Why accuse me of being the culprit? I was just first on the scene. Why do you think I'm a copycat criminal? It could have all been the mailman. The cause of death was just different each time, yeah? And even if there was a copycat criminal, why is it me? The servant could be the copycat. The nurse could be the copycat. Anyone could have done it!
So because it is non-public information that all the victims were strangled, it is suspicious that the worshipper knew all the victims were strangled.
He was always suspicious, but because the real mailman
Yes,
was
well,
someone
all
else,
these stairs,
he
like,
didn't
yeah.
connect the dots. He was fascinated by the
I
mailman.
wonder what it is
By
about
studying him, he eventually knew more about him
pillars
than
just
anyone else.
floating, even though the bottoms are broken.
He became
I know the same thing happens in the Over There in Super Paper
It's
Mario.
ironic that he exposed his own crime.
Because I'm thinking
by
it's
knowing
Super
too much
Mario right now.
otherwise.
Master, the truth is right there! My radar is banging like crazy!
banging.
Alright, it's time for the great onset destroyer segment again. Favorite part of the game. Guess you're just running in the 90s. Or a lot later, I again forget when this takes place. It's in my other notes, my commentary notes, which I never finished.
Let's do this, Master!
We'll never destroy this war, damn you! Stop it! Shut up! Damn this! Stop with your lies!
Didn't check the crime scene back then? Oh, yes, we did. Even though Inagami's existence is not allowed to be shared publicly, Master Detective's forensic fortes are allowed to be public information. They just like keeping it a secret.
Shut up!
I can respect.
Stop it! Get away, damn it!
Also, an incredible 6 walls in a row to tackle through.
Get away! Who cares if you use post-cognition? You only saw what I saw as the first person on scene. No clue will help lead you to the culprit.
So because the worshipper knocked over the paint can when he entered the room and discovered the body, because post-cognition saw the paint can knocked over, then it couldn't have been what the worshipper saw because the paint can hadn't been knocked over yet. So it had to have been the art gallery staff member who went in after the worshipper, which means the worshipper was the culprit because that's how post-cognition works. After another denouement, and then like 1.5, 2.5, something like that minutes. Another sit back, relax, and watch us go through the whole mystery again for the 5th time.
Step right up, step right up!
Tommy does point out how Yuma spends a surprisingly large amount of time playing with the gutters to figure out how they worked. But it helped us solve the case, so it was all worth it. To answer your question, yes, because 2 people were responsible for this mystery. 2 souls get reaped. So, 2 bad guys are going to get boom killed at the same time. It's a shame I have to skip this cutscene of Shinigami reaping the souls because her scythe has eyes on it and she gives it a little kiss before she swings it to reap the souls, and I think that's cute. And so now we get one more of Shinigami's powers. She can take over a body and speak through them to explain the case. So even though she boom kills them, she brings them back for one last time. Anyway, now we meet 2 other people, Yomi Hellsmile and his right-hand woman, Martina Electro. I like to pronounce his last name Helsnile, and I like to think that he would get mad if he knew I did that. But they came in on a motorcycle and are being really mean to Seth for no reason. But we have one spin saved by the arrival of 2 surprise new characters. They are antagonists. They are very high-level people in regards to the Peacekeepers. But we were safe, Chief Yako was saved, and Seth was the opposite of saved, so all's well that ends well, I guess. Only the game ended here. Then it would be all well that ends well. Unless you work for or go to the church. Some of the requests in later chapters are the nun asking for help, giving people advice or comfort when they need it. And the servant at one point goes to the mansion and meets someone claiming to be a witch doctor or something that helps, that will maybe give him something to help his cowardice. I'm not sure. So no one knows why the priest and worshipper suddenly died. But no time to worry about that now. Also, the boy is here to thank us. We're gonna go play catch with him because it's the nice thing to do.
The unending rain.
Another thing about the Mystery Labyrinth's protection, whatever, is that you do forget about the Mystery Labyrinth once you leave. So Halara has already forgotten about Shinigami and re-remembered the case. Or we just Shinigami as the priest explained the whole case. So I guess they remember that way. But our secret is still safe. The only one who knows about Shinigami, Yuma Cocohead. One thing about this game is that the last names of the characters are really funny. Like Halara Nightmare, who comes up with that? The curtain opens on Chapter 2, A Silent Curtain Call. Who's ready to meet some more characters? Okay, we don't meet them right away, but like every chapter, we're gonna get introduced to a lot more people. But Chief, you look so different.
I wonder what happened to Chief Yako.
His coat is not on the coat rack, which means he must have gone outside. Probably to get a meat bun.
Looks like there's something going.
He was chased by peacekeepers, so somehow he made it back here in one piece and not followed by peacekeepers. Lara is gonna go out and do things only the mysterious Halara Nightmare knows. Kabuki will go with them for safety. The exit is over here. Alright, now it's time to learn about Desahiko's forte. He has the power of disguise, using a voice changer, clothing, and tape or padding to change build and to best with your size, I guess. He can imitate any other person, so he showed up as Yako just to prove he can.
There's another one, Master!
So while all the other detectives are out doing fun stuff, we are cleaning.
Spots.
And also talking to Vivian because he's still here. I already forgot what he tells us about. Probably not important.
Don't slack off!
So because we were talking about books, that reminds Shinigami of the Book of Death, which is where we found her, allegedly. He was kicking us out because he wants some alone. There actually is a bus stop at the riverbank, but we never... I don't think I ever go to it. Also, we haven't technically learned about the bus system in the game yet. During the story, a character is going to say, hey, let's take the bus. And we take the bus. I did never think about that, but yeah, Desahiko is just Pikachu. He has the cheeks for it, he has the yellow coloring for it, and his last name is Thunderbolt. So someone is following us, and so we are going to non-suspiciously catch them with the help of Shinigami, who the other person, luckily, cannot see, and so she can, like, look around the corners for us. Did she noticed that person? Oh, surprise. Is it other different? I don't know if this counts as a superpower, but I don't know if anyone can do this in real life. Yasuhiko uses a voice changer to change people's voices, and he can perfectly replicate somebody's voice with the voice changer even if he's only heard their voice once. So, if that counts as a superpower, then he has one. Otherwise, he can just drastically change his height more so than anyone else whose job is to... It involves changing their stature. So we caught this person. Who are they? They are someone I haven't seen before. Hello. It's a girl. First character introduction of the chapter. Her name is Kurumi Wendy. The most normal last name I've seen so far. Even though it's a first... It does involve a gadget. It is an actual voice changer that he wears under the clothes. So she is not a detective, but she seems to have an interest in the master detectives. And so she noticed you were a master detective, probably because of the symbol on your hat and the badge on your coat. And she would like us to solve a mystery. And in exchange, she'll give us some information relating to Time Ward's ultimate secret, or the Great Global Mystery, whichever one we're trying to solve. I think number one talked about the Great Global Mystery, and then Yako talked about the Time Ward's ultimate secret. So we are going to go with Kurumi to Aetheria Academy. Something I can't help but notice is an all-girls school. So we're going with her on the bus, because kind of have to. Shinigami doesn't like it, but she has no choice. 10 minutes away by bus from Kamasaki District. Students are mostly daughters of Amaterasu employees. Interestingly, we never find out if there's a boys' school, so the watchmaker's son... Don't know where he goes to school. I don't know if he goes to school. Maybe there just isn't a boys' school on Iward.
What kind of incident would take place at a school this pristine?
So, Rumi explains that her best friend Aiko was one day found dead, and it was ruled a suicide, but she suspects foul play. Peacekeepers might be trying to cover something up.
You're really gonna accept this request?
And we agreed to investigate it, and also, by the way, all of this was done on her lunch break. She took the bus 10 minutes to Kamasaki District, found us, followed us, got caught by us, and took us back. Another 10 minutes on the bus, all during her lunch break. And so we have decided that because Alara and Fubuki are busy doing their own thing, and Chief Yako is not in the mood, Yasuhiko will be the person to guide us through the all-girls school. And at this point, it should be noted that Yasuhiko has two character traits, unlike most of these people.
Where did Yasuhiko
One,
go?
he
Maybe I should ask around and see if anyone's seen him.
wants to be a celebrity.
Sneak into an all-girls school. That
You may have seen him in the submarine with a guitar. Plays the guitar. He wants to be an idol musician or an idol detective
once in a while.
in a city that really hates detectives. And the other is that he's really interested in girls. Not in a, well, I won't say not in a creepy way, but like, girls his age. So what I'm supposed to do is talk to people to figure out what Desahiko's wearing and to find him, but he's always wearing the same thing and he's always in the same place, so I just go to where he is immediately.
What do you want from me?
So we explain to Desahiko the situation, and he is very surprised that we were able to get
Now that I
such
found this
a
all that's left is to head for Etheria Academy.
wonderful job offer. So he agrees to go with us for purely Good Samaritan reasons. The loading screen tips in this chapter talk about plays or performances that the school puts on. I'm actually playing on the European version of the game because that's the one I have. In the US version, they are referred to as plays. In the European version, they are referred to as performances. However, in both versions, the word gray, referring to the color, is spelled with an E. Why? So Karumi's back. Guess the school day's over. There's Desahiko, and he is going to disguise both of us. If you notice that teacher that just walked by, Desahiko disguises her because, again, he can disguise himself as anyone that he sees even once, and apparently he heard her voice even though she didn't say anything. That's odd. But no question that. And then Yuma is just in the school uniform and wearing a wig. He doesn't even put on a fake name, he just says, Yuma's fine. So now it's time for another walking simulator.
The theater hall is this way. Follow me, Yuma.
I am known in my circles for games where the goal is to follow the actions of the characters on the screen, and while that wouldn't be too bad in this game, it really would be, because have you seen all of the stairs? Oh my goodness! The name of the teacher Desahiko disguised himself as is Anna? Anna? I don't know. That's her name. They just called her teacher. It's fine, I guess. All of the plays are actually really interesting ideas for actual plays. I don't know if any of them are actual plays that exist. The one that was already seen is called, on the loading screen tips, is called March, the Intersection of Fate. It takes place at a crosswalk, and throughout the day there are performances from 8 different perspectives, which is insane to me. Time to meet the other characters. The 4 main suspects are the 2 leads, Karen, who is one of the leads in blue, Warana, the other lead in yellow, Yoshiko, the honor student, and Karane, who works in the lighting department. So, Kurumi thinks one of those 4 killed her friend Aika, which is the mystery we're here to solve. And we're learning more about their personalities, but I don't really care. So instead I'll talk about plays again. When I was in grade school, my class under me, well, hang on. When I was in grade school, we put on a school play in 4th grade. When I was in 5th grade, the 4th grade class put on a play where the audience got to choose where it went at times. There were a couple times where the play would stop and somebody who worked on, one of the students who was in production would come out and say, okay, audience, vote for which one you want. And so they had to memorize 2 scenes for each choice, which was impressive. Perhaps not as impressive as the same play from 8 different perspectives, but still incredibly impressive. And so the way this school works is that this is their dress rehearsal that we're watching right now. And they put it on exactly like it's the final performance, because that's what a dress rehearsal should be. But Desahiko tries to mess things up by appearing on stage. So now he's just here in the audience watching with us. And so now we get to watch this play, which drags on for ages. I'm so glad I can fast forward through it. So the two leads are princesses of the same kingdom. But because of civil war or whatever, one of them had to run away and go into hiding. And now, however many years later, she's back. It's been 15 minutes so far. Both Shinigami and Desahiko have fallen asleep. The Yuma is wide awake, watching these two women talk to each other for over 15 minutes now. And the story of the play isn't the most important thing, and also, I don't care. Now it's been 30 minutes. They're in a sword fight or something. But nope, throw the sword away and hug your sister instead. Good times, good times. So that's somehow they decided we neither can live while the other survives. Let's end this. So she gets these wine glasses and this wine bottle, is unopened. Secret behind the scenes thing. That's actually grape juice, not wine. But it looks like wine, so that's the important part. She was given this poison in order to commit suicide, but she didn't. Now she puts the poison into one of the glasses. Shuffle the glasses until I don't know which one is which. And then I will take my turn to shuffle the glasses. And so this is known as the Duel of Poisoned Cups. Even though it's not much of a duel, it's just leaving it up to chance. Bated breath to see what happens. So you go first, even though because they both randomized it, it doesn't really matter who chooses. Just whoever did not shuffle it left. Actually, because they both shuffled it, it doesn't really matter. They couldn't see, the audience couldn't see when the other one was shuffling. Saying, if you survive, rule the country well and also be a little more selfish in your personal life. If you survive, wear a dress fit for a queen even if you don't like it. To the new queen, cheers! They both drink. And Karen's character dies. And then Karen dies of poisoning. So, oops! No time for that now. The Culprit is Not Among Us, a play where 15 trapped people are drawn into a string of murders, unique in that the culprit lurks within the audience. That is a play I'd want to see. But also, what was I talking about before that? Oh yeah, there's been a murder. This game is fun. I think we should play it, even though I'm ruining the story. So, she coughed up blood, which was not in the script. So Desahiko, as teacher, has to help everyone get while the getting's good. Ruby confirms that coughing up blood was not in the script. Now that no one's here, it's time to investigate. Shinigami confirms that she is dead from the poison.
Yep.
there was grape juice that was opened while she was on stage. Harumi bought the grape juice and never opened it, and just changed the label. The poison vial in the play did not actually have any poison in it. So it was supposed to just be play, and then but everybody Adam was kind of on edge before the play, but he performed fine. The other three acted as normal. Kurane was on catwalk doing the lights, and there was one other lighting assistant
My
also
place
doing the
is
lights.
gentry, so please don't
There's a
see my
script
heart.
on the floor that talks about the duel scene. Kaden's character was supposed to die. Not like this. And we're out of time. The Peacekeepers are here. Oh no! This is Vice Director Martina Electro. She is quite the confident person. And here is a giant bottle of poison. However, the label says, once opened, after 30 minutes, poison is completely neutralized. It was in the chemistry lab, which is not really near here on this in school. Now it is time to talk to Teacher. Also, this NPC thinks we're cute. So we are going to use the power of disguise to investigate by pretending to be one of the main suspects. And in fact, we're going to be all three main suspects. We get to choose the order. From what I've found, it doesn't matter. With an asterisk after it, because in version 1.0.0, there is one thing that you don't have to investigate if and only if you pick the girls to disguise as in a certain order. But I checked and it does not work on latest patch, which is unfortunate, but that's the patch I have, so that's the patch I'm playing on, and it doesn't really lose that much time. Gotta talk to all the people. This person is costume staff. This is a water gun prop. It doesn't really look like a real gun, which I suppose is fine, because it's not a real gun. There were 4 prop glasses, only 2 were used, however, one of them is missing. This is the makeup room. It is very big. Warren was there and she made us leave. Finally, the staff room.
You're so oblivious.
This is Yoshiko's locker. And would you look at that, we found the other glass. Also, there's a photo. Nothing too hard about the photo. This is the lighting staff member who was up on the balcony with Kurane, and she says Kurane didn't really do anything weird. And it was Yoshiko's idea to do the thing during the duel where the spotlights appeared on each of the glasses. Now we are going to disguise as Waruna. And because Waruna is in the makeup room, we're gonna have to wait until she leaves the makeup room so that we can go into the makeup room, because if there are two Warunas in the same place, everyone involved is going to have several many questions, which I don't really feel like answering, and probably neither does anyone else, especially Yuma. So we have to not only pretend to be Waruna, but make sure we don't accidentally meet the other Waruna. Or else we'll cause it time paradox or something. And all three of the girls aren't really talking to each other, though I don't think they like each other very much.
Which should I pick?
In the wrong section of notes, oh no. Waruna's locker doesn't really have anything interesting in it. You can only investigate each person's locker as that person. It only makes sense. Also, when you first enter the room, Shinigami is eating the donuts on the table.
Aww.
Prop manager says, don't touch the water gun. Which makes sense. People are afraid of Waruna. I think she has a bit of a temper. Anyway, now that we've investigated everything else, real Waruna exits the makeup room and goes somewhere else, so now we can go to the makeup room, and to be her and talk to her. Forget groupies. These people are named Scared Waruna Groupie and Foul-Mouthed Waruna Groupie. Anyway, really funny to see quote-unquote Waruna leave, and then to see real Waruna immediately enter the room. I don't know how they missed each other, but I'm glad they did, because that was very funny, and we don't have to explain ourselves. Now we are going to disguise as Kurane, who is a much quieter person than the other two. Kurane has recently gotten into heavy metal choir and is looking forward to an upcoming death metal choir release. I love the callback. Using disguise for too long tires Dasuhiko out, and maybe it's because he's helping us, but he's getting exhausted. And he has to still pretend to be the teacher and talk to the peacekeeper and not raise suspicions. We seem no worse for the wear, because he's just putting us in disguise and giving us a voice changer under our clothes, but he is tired. Arnab yells at us to go away. Oops.
You're still...
So... Oh, whoops. Wrong answer. So according to the costume staffer, it's not really possible for them to hide anything under their clothes. And now we are tricking this person into getting the real Grenade so that we can enter the room that she was in. Which I think is funny.
Let's take a break.
Or eye drops in his locker, but not really anything else. Okay, so these two whispering students are suspicious of Warrena, and they'll notice the other two girls and won't talk to you, but Renee's so quiet that, okay, I guess I do have to talk to this person. Don't know why we have to do that to finish the investigation, but now we've finished investigating as all three girls. How nice. Nice. So the teacher isn't feeling well anymore, so she went to the office, which can only mean one thing. The Sahiko is no longer disguised. Because again, he gets really fatigued with disguises. However, because of our coalescence, we can disguise ourselves as Martina. And now we get to see the funniest running animation in the game. Like, look at this. I don't even know how you would swish your cape like that on purpose. Another play, Far Away at the Bound of the World, set in a fantasy world revealed in the climax to be a devastated future Earth all along. That is a typo. Earth should be capitalized. It is the name of a place. One thing about me is that I will point out typos. I think the funniest typo is in version 1.0, one of the word purpose was misspelled without the E at the end, but that was fixed in an update. So now we've learned about Aiko from this peacekeeper who was there at the time, and Shinigami drags us to the chemistry lab, so now we can investigate chemistry. Eyedroppers, those are suspicious. The poison was only found on Karen's glass, not Warrena's glass, nor the wine bottle.
Maybe.
There's a paintbrush on the floor. The tip is wet. Poison. Apparently a medicine, according to the label, but it's a lethal poison for exactly 30 minutes after you open the bottle, and that is completely neutralized. I don't even know how you would get that in the bottle in the first place. Waiting for Goku is a play that revolves around the friends of someone named Goku awaiting his return. Which I think is funny, and also nothing like Waiting for Godot actually is. So now that I'm Martina, I can just open anybody's locker, including Karen's, which is handy.
Time for a little break.
We get Maruna to open her diary so we can read her diary because we are serious detectives doing a murder investigation. Reading a high schooler's diary. And because we're not creepy, we're gonna get another student to pat down Renee and get a notebook, or a scrapbook, full of news stories relating to Aiko, and also another picture of Aiko and what else? Oh. I think it's all coming together. Now we just have to walk upstairs manually. We don't get to get teleported like we did with when we were disguised as kids. Gotta go back to the staff room to tell Desahiko, let's get out of here. I hope nothing bad happens. Oh. Fiddlesticks. Yes, run away onto the stage. I hope this is a familiar scene. Everyone is here again, including our lead suspects, as well as a master detective who we are holding hands with. Surprise! Boys! Or men, I guess. No character in this game is given any sort of indication of age, except for everybody who's in high school, and maybe Shinigami, who's older than the concept of books, I think. And the watchmaker. We know his age accurate to the year. Anyway, to prevent us from getting shot, Shinigami once again opens the Mystery Labyrinth, and Desahiko has a somewhat different reaction to seeing Shinigami than Halara did. See if you can spot the difference in their mannerisms and speech patterns. And down the rabbit hole we go! So, just like before, Desahiko does not remember anything about the case. So we need to explain what a Mystery Labyrinth is, who Shinigami is, why he doesn't remember the case, and then we have to explain the case.
Master.
And so now we have our solution blade, which Jessica is not allowed to use. We get the solution keys in probably the worst way possible, but the important thing is that we have them. So yes, the killer was the poison. However, the poison is neutralized 30 minutes after opening, and the murder happened 45 minutes into the play. So something interesting had to happen. By interesting, I mean, I don't know, somehow they had to open poison during the play, which probably excuses the person who was on stage the whole time. So anyway, Martina gets a Mystery Phantom redesign. And we're introduced to a new mechanic in these reasoning death matches, and that is repelling
You're in the way. You're alright, detective. How foolish.
statements.
Give my way and you'll be executed. You dare defy me? It's clear who the culprit is.
Clear who the culprit is. What do you mean by that?
The truth is already apparent. The culprit must be Kurumi. Prior to the performance, she switched the wine with the juice. At that moment, she mixed in the poison to commit the crime.
This starts a long string of explaining, no, she couldn't have put it in the... She couldn't have put the poison in before the play because the poison is neutralized after 30 minutes and he died 45 minutes into the play. We have to explain this so many times. As a person with anaphylaxis, allergies don't make you do that. Oh, whoops. Okay. No, you did not put real poison into the wild current. Because the poison would be neutralized before the dual poison cap scene. Oh my goodness. So before we can decide who did it, we have to figure out how they did it. So now we are in, I think, we're in this room with the floating desks and maybe a couple chairs. Question of the day is how. Let's start with how was the poisoned glass chosen? Because whoever made her choose the poisoned glass must have
Jeez. Everywhere we go is mega creepy.
must have known which glass was poisoned, which means they knew a glass was poisoned, which must have mean they poisoned the glass.
In fact, you can rest for all of eternity.
Another victory from magic.
Anyway, how did the culprit get the victim to choose the glass with poison in it? The glasses were mixed around on stage, after all.
Would you mind telling me the sequence of
Who's
events
ready to
that
hear how
happened
the
when
glass
the
was
glasses
shuffled
were
again?
shuffled? It's no fair otherwise.
I don't know about being fair, but here's exactly what happened. The Duel of Poisoned Cup scene began around 45 minutes into the performance. At the start, the victim, Karin, brought the glasses and bottle from the shelf that's on the set. Karin then took out the poison vial from her pocket and poured it into one of the glasses. But the vial was just a prop. It didn't have any real poison in it. After that, the glasses were shuffled.
Okay, we shuffled both of them. We chose a glass first. Okay. Which glass was poisoned? Only cut-ins. Peacekeepers found that the other glass was not poisoned.
Hey, are you sure that only the glass Cotton took had poison in it? Isn't it possible both of them were poisoned?
One, Marna actually drank from the other glass, and two, while we were as Martina, one of the peacekeepers said
Cotton's glass had the
poison was only found on Cotton's glass.
Then how did the culprit get Cotton to pick the glass with the poison? Well, maybe the culprit wasn't after Cotton specifically. They didn't care who wound up drinking the poison.
I'm not sure about that. I think Cotton absolutely was the target.
Always forget which way to turn. Even though it's written in my notes, I just forget that I have to turn at the end of all of them. I don't know which glass had the poison. No, she did not.
Anyway, the two glasses got shuffled, right? So the odds were 50-50. Maybe she just relied on luck. If she hit her target, perfect. If not, who cares?
I doubt it.
But it's impossible to get the victim to pick a specific glass after shuffling them. Man, why did the culprit even do this? It's way too much trouble to pull off a murder in the middle of a performance.
That's it.
But we forgot to explain that
why it had to be done during
Evan's
the
script
play.
had a note in it that said to pick
What
the
do you
glass
mean?
the spotlight hits first. So, who was in charge of the spotlight? Well, first, okay, fine. First, how did the culprit make cut and choose the poison glass? Spotlight. Really don't like that transition. It's better than the TV static, I guess. So she could, because she was watching from the top the whole time, she could see who... She could see the glass was poisoned. Another regional difference is that in the European version, this solution key is called lighting crew testimony. In the US, it would be called lighting staff testimony. Oh. Hands. poison was neutralized 30 minutes after opening, she couldn't have had it for 45 minutes of play before dropping it in.
That sword sure is sharp, Yuma. Can you cut through anything with it?
The solution blade is effective on anything inside the mystery labyrinth. Anger Master, and he'll cut you in half.
Don't do it, Yuma! You and I are pals, aren't we? My man!
I'd never do anything like that.
Yeah, I know that. I just had a gut reaction to what she said, you know?
We could have threatened him into becoming Master's loyal slave.
A dead end? Oh no! Oh. Go back to the main room with Zoom. Now let's see if we can answer how the poison was brought to the theater hall. Let's see if that helps us find our culprit.
So, our goal here is to answer the question, how was the poison brought to the theater hall? Speaking of, where did the poison used in the murder come from?
The chemistry lab in the school. It's a highly toxic experimental chemical.
Why not just take it from the chem lab and keep it hidden in your clothes or something?
A really big
chemicals
bottle,
bottle
so
is
you can't
huge, so
really
it's difficult to
leave it
carry
around under your
this.
clothes.
Then they
And
must
again,
have swapped
you
the
can't put it in
containers
a
and
different
brought it to the
container
theater.
because the
That's
poison was
gotta be it.
neutralized 30 minutes after you open it. Ah! Okay, more of this. What was used to transport the poison? Why, a paintbrush. What was the poison brushed onto? Another glass. And the other glass was swapped with the used glass.
At least we now know how the poison was brought in. The culprit used a paintbrush from the chemistry lab and directly applied the chemical onto the backup glass.
Yeah, if it's the same kind of glass as the prop on stage, it could be brought into the theater without suspicion.
But the chemical is only lethal for 30 minutes, right? Even if it was prepared before the performance, it takes about 45 minutes before the Duel of Poison Cup scene. That's way too late!
Right, so
Glad Shinigami noticed it on the side of the
Hang on. There is one
container
person who could
when
have brought the poison in before
Rio Martina was there, because that's how we found out the whole 30 minutes thing. And it is the single most important part of this case, apparently. So, who could have brought the poison in? Why, Yoshiko, of course. We noticed about 15 minutes in, she entered the theater and sat in the front row. It's very unlike her to miss any part of a performance because she's like the production manager or something. So she gets a front row seat.
Hey, you can't get away that
And she got a front row seat, but didn't take it until 15 minutes after the play started, which is unusual. That door was labeled
As a
a
production
couch.
assistant, Yoshiko always had a bag with her. In it, she carried the glass with poison brushed on.
Okay, I put it backwards in my
Glass would be
notes.
small enough to fit in the bag,
in
and even if someone saw
Europe,
it,
it's
she
called
could
a
say it's
pouch.
just a prop.
In the US, it's called a pocket.
See. So she prepared for the
Something
murder
is about
in
her
her role as a
school uniform, I
production
don't actually know.
assistant.
Anyway, now we're here in probably the relative location of the chemistry lab.
I'll be direct with you. The Only you could have brought the poison. Oh, yes, sir! No, no, no! I'm not the culprit! Here's go took the poison glass. And pushed out the glass on the shelf. Secretly in the corner.
There was a blackout on stage, or maybe the lights were turned off on purpose, but that only lasted like 5 seconds, and we didn't hear anything. That could have been her putting the poison in the glass, so she couldn't have just secretly put it in and gotten back to her seat on the
I wish Shinigami would
in
comfort
5
me.
seconds.
Oh, but I'm committed to Master.
Oh, damn it! I should give up my memories and sign a pact with the Death God too, then! Quick, Yuma! Punch me in the back of the head as hard as possible!
Let's not.
It'll be another dead end. Well, let's zoom back to the beginning and enter door number 1. How was the poison mixed into the glass?
So, we're gonna solve the mystery of how was the poison mixed into the glass. Actually, I was thinking about that. Maybe it's wrong to think the poison was in the glass itself.
Yeah, the Peacekeeper said the same thing.
The poison was only found on the victim's glass.
Oh, right! If that's the case, it narrows down the possibilities for how by a lot.
But don't let your guard down. Unriddling a mystery labyrinth is never so simple.
Hey, for Indiana Jones. Well, when was the glass set on stage before the play? When was the poison placed into the glass during the play? Because if the poison wasn't placed into the glass during the play, then would have mutual. Do you get it? Okay.
So the poison trick was actually set up during the performance.
The poison is
Oh, you
effective
can
for 30
theorize,
minutes.
just if you know the answer, don't
Poison's
spoil
cup
it.
scene occurred 45 minutes into the play.
A lot of the fun of this game comes from
Which means the only way
figuring
the
out the
poison could
mysteries
be used
yourself.
was during
I'm
the performance.
only telling you things that the game tells you.
that
I'm just
glass was
doing
on
it
stage
faster
the
than if
whole
I
time, wasn't it?
wasn't skipping the
True. The set was fixed an hour
dialogue
before the play.
when I can
and
skip the
glasses were
dialogue.
already set on the shelf by then.
So the culprit slipped the poison in while everyone was watching.
Another blackout, really?
I'm not the culprit! It's you! Yes, sir! Yes, sir, it's mine! She said the water gun was poison! She said the poison fell into the glass!
Oh, that water gun prop. Such a red herring. was a suicide by mistake in the sense that Karen didn't know she was drinking poison. But this was murder, not suicide. Legally.
She had a chance to add the poison herself. She knows to the sharp and unseen. Her back was Takari and the audience. She added the poison from her pocket.
Hey, that door kind of looks like a calculator. Get it? Because we're in a school? I love video games.
What if I use my disguise to get new information
Now
out
we
of the
learn a
three of
little more
them?
about disguise.
It's no use. I already did that during the
Even though I already
investigation.
told you.
Oh, you did, huh?
But your disguise ability is incredible. It's like I was a completely different person. Makeup is one thing, but my voice and stature match too.
I use a voice changer to synthesize a new voice. If I've heard it even once, I can easily set it up. I use tape to make your body appear thinner, or add padding for the opposite effect. Height can be adjusted by messing with your joints, up to a certain point. But there are limits, given how it strains the body.
The more you explain it, the more it sounds like you could commit a lot of crimes pretty easily.
If I'm being honest, I must resist my urges every single day. It's a daily battle to tame the monster inside me.
Desuhiko, that sounds more weird than cool.
Would you look at that? Another dead end. We are going nowhere fast, which kind of violates the whole point of this marathon. So, now what? Now we have to view this case from a different perspective. That is a good point. We are going nowhere fast. It's better than going nowhere slowly. I'm sure there's a chance that Hocus Pocus just gives us the answer, but whenever you pick the other spell, Shinigami says that she can't use it for some reason, or that it won't work, or she gives some excuse. The only correct answer is Zoom, and the correct answer is always Zoom. And okay, so my notes call this the nauseating hallway, because look at it, or don't look at it, please don't look at it. And there is a trick that somebody found where you just do this, and it possibly makes it faster, and I don't even know if I'm doing it right. And this is so far the only hallway in the game you can make faster by doing something like this. But again, I can't hear the game, so I don't even know if it's skipping any dialogue or fast forwarding or anything. But now we're gonna learn about why is Aiko, which is whose death was why we were brought here in the first place.
Truth, but
We're gonna get that transition regardless of how far we are in the tunnel. Hallway. I don't like these stairs because it's so easy to get caught on them, and I have to keep changing the camera around, and then I get caught on Shinigami because I'm thinking of a different set of stairs. Anyway, what am I doing? Quick time events. Alright. So Aiko's death, suicide or homicide? It was homicide? Where was she murdered? Flower bed. Her shoes were put on the rooftop to make it look like she jumped, but the shoes had dirt on them, and also there was a blood stain on a brick.
I can tell Aiko's
And
death
also,
wasn't a suicide from the evidence
her death
photos.
wasn't a suicide from the evidence photos because he had a
But you have evidence that Karen did it?
If Aiko didn't die from jumping, Karen's testimony makes her highly
So
suspicious.
we have solved
She said she heard something fall.
the case of who murdered Aiko, which is why we were brought here in the first place.
Hearing a sound that never happened means
And
she's
we figured out
obviously
Karen
lying.
killed Aiko,
Karen
which means
lied. And the reason
since
why
we were
she
brought here,
lied-
Karen would have died anyway,
She made it
because that's the
appear
case we
like
came
Aiko
here to
jumped.
solve.
If that's the case, then the one who...
And now we are on the roof. We don't... Okay. So let us gain that new perspective you were talking about. Those are the 3 paths we took. Conveniently, they're all color-coded, and... Hey, look, wait a minute. Yasuhiko's drawing out what we were just looking at, because he always carries a pen that somehow has 6 colors in it. And he finally made himself useful by figuring out that all 3 are connected. Somehow. And it's time to spell a word. You know what word we're gonna spell? Because I don't. Just kidding. You know everything.
Are you ready to play the
As the game goes on,
Go, go, go! Great!
the barrels just get faster and faster. To the point where I almost wish we bought the skill, because there are skills in this game that you get with detective points. I don't think I ever talked about detective points. But, there is a skill that you can get that slows down the barrel considerably, but from what I've found, I don't think it saves time overall. So, now that we have this pickaxe, how did the 3 work together to pull off an impossible crime? So we have to go to the door of whichever one happened first. How was the poison brought to the theater hall? Of course, the poison had to be brought to the theater hall before it could be mixed into the glass, or before the glass could be chosen. Yes, the other spell that time was Kamikaze. If you choose it, Shinigami just says no. Yoshiko brought the glass and then handed it to Warren during those 5 seconds, a much easier feat than getting on stage, painting the glass, and doing the opposite of
Yoshiko sat on the right edge
getting
of the
up on
front
stage.
row close to the wings, where the actor...
Alright, wall number 2. How was the poison glass chosen? Revenant guided to it. One more wall. Who murdered Adam? Oh, no. Oh, wrong answer. All 3 of them. You were right. Congratulations.
And behind that door is the Who Room. We finally made it.
It's time to end this, Master.
That Uma seems to be having second thoughts about something. No time for that now, it's time for my favorite part of the game. Unlike the others, who are angry or defensive, these three are just sad. Yuma's sad, and everyone's sad. Already lost 2 lead actors in 6 months. About to lose 3 more. Even though only one of them was an actor, and she technically wasn't even the lead. What was that?
Let's do this, Master!
The special thing about this chapter is because there are 3 culprits and 3 possible actions we can do during this segment, each girl gets a different obstacle to put in front of us. Cool.
Shut up!
And I don't remember which one is which, but I might be able to tell if I could hear their voices, but again, I can't actually hear them.
Here I go! Go away! Stop telling lies! Please, leave me alone!
Okay, we put all of those photo scraps together to finally get a group photo of
Let's do this,
the
Master!
3 culprits and Aiko. So, we think that this case was motivated by
No!
Ben.
Stay away! Stop messing with me! Oh no! Stop! 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 Stop it! Get away from me!
In version 1.0.0, there's an extra obstacle for some reason. I'm so glad that after the most fun part of the Mystery Labyrinth is the least fun part, the deduction denouement, where I make a comic book and then sit here for 3 minutes. So, I don't actually remember how long any of them are, other than the first one, which is 5. I think that's one of the longest. I hope that's the longest.
Man.
Alright, so one of number 1's mottos is emotions must be discarded to reach a truth through a perfect deduction, and that's what we're going to have to do here. So, sorry, girls, but we can't let you survive, even though we kind of want to. It would just trap us in the Mystery Labyrinth forever, and that would be no good. Alright. History unwrapped.
Step right up! Step right up!
Oh no.
A tragedy that struck an academy stage.
I let go of R too early.
The death.
Even though I'm not supposed to let go of R at all. Anyway, I'm so glad that we never have to hear about Poison's neutralization after 30 minutes ever again. Until the next time I do this run. Hope I don't. The moral of today's story is, women are scary. Trying to think of what the moral of chapter 1 was. Don't murder people in a way that recreates urban legends. I don't care if you're making a movie about another movie, about somebody who murders people, based on urban legends. Don't do that. Prologue has no moral. It's just a prologue. Yuma is a little more compassionate this time around than with the other murders. And I can't help but notice the culprit to victim ratio keeps going down. In chapter 0, one culprit killed 4 people. In chapter 1, 2 culprits killed 4 people. In chapter 3, 3 culprits killed 1 person, which can only mean by the end of the game the entire town is going to be guilty or something. And yes, they all did this because they were good friends with Aiko. Rebecca. And if we don't exterminate their souls, we can't leave the Mystery Labyrinth, and we kind of have to leave the Mystery Labyrinth. So as sad as it is that all 3 of these are going to go away, shouldn't be killed anyway. There are a couple other master detectives talked about on loading screens that we never get to meet. One of them is the Omen detective with the forte to predict the future, which does seem like a pretty strong power, possibly to rival I don't remember what I was saying. That is a good point. Yuma already has 6 victims, but it's not Yuma, it's Shinigami, and Shinigami probably has reaped at least 1 soul before this. I don't know how many. Like, I want to know how many, but what if Shinigami's the final culprit? What a grand finale after the ratio went down too much. Had to bring it back somehow. Anyway, so now Kurumi is grateful for solving the mystery and I guess extinguishing the souls of 3 of her classmates. And now she's going to help us because it turns out she is an informant. She inherited the job from her grandfather or great-grandfather who gave her that jacket. And also, he was so suspicious about Amaterasu Corporation that I don't think she tells us yet, but who's ready for an overarching mystery? I'm not. According to that loading screen tip, which I have never seen before, Martina's end of day routine involves a bath that lasts over an hour, frequently 2. And I'm thinking after this run I might take a 2-hour bath. I'm gonna need it. So it turns out Amaterasu Corporation in Kanai Ward is researching homunculi, which are artificially created people, I think is this game's explanation. So that's fun. Well, it would be interesting to have a culprit in the Mystery Labyrinth. They wouldn't get to leave because their soul would get reaped. And so it's not that they would forget. Oh, you mean the memories got wiped when they go in? Yeah, that would be interesting. Yes, I will need to cleanse myself of both all of these murders and all this foul language spoken by all these characters. Like, goodness gracious, this is not my brand of content. No one else has heard of homunculus research, which is fair. We've only been here for like 3 days. Livia says something about death, and oh no. We sprung a leak. The problem with being in a submarine is that you're underwater. And so now we are underwater, but not in a submarine. Now we get this little clip of Yomi harassing Martina for not destroying the submarine with enough force. And so as punishment, she will be compressed into a cube by a machine that can do anything, that can do that to anything weighing 50 kilograms or less. So that's fun. In this cutscene that I just skipped to people who we don't get to see the faces of, talk about the Book of Death. That's kept somewhere, possibly in the World Detective Organization headquarter library. And we woke up in this bed. We go out the door, and this is a very nice place. Why couldn't we live here instead of a submarine? And I get the first time to see Bass bonus. Okay. Chapter 3. Once it loads.
Someone's dream on this.
Chapter 3. No longer a detective. In my detective game? So this individual is named Makoto Kagutsuchi, and he wears a mask because his family is cursed by demons, so that anyone who sees his face will go mad. That is the explanation he gives. I don't know how it could be scarier than that mask, but don't question it. Anyway, he's about to be visited by Director Yomi and a bunch of people, so let's hide behind the couch and stare directly at Director Yomi. Don't know how nobody can see us, but Makoto says nobody's here. Detective, what's that? So that happened. So we are in the most expensive apartment, I guess, in Kanai Ward. The rent is 5 million yen. You know, that's enough to buy a luxury car. It says, go find your friends. I didn't see anyone else in the river. Also, Yuma asks, does the word homunculus mean anything to you? Makoto says no. Like, okay. So, that's not going to go anywhere. So we were in Kanai Tower, and also, I think he tells us this now. Makoto is the CEO of Amaterasu Corporation. This chapter, new character alert, Guillaume, a little girl who works for the Peacekeepers, I guess, and she is a fortune teller. And so there is a lucky fortune telling for all 12 zodiac signs, plus secret 13th one, where the thing is just, does anyone of this still exist?
Who was that?
And so for that one, 12 of Virgos out there, get your hands on a cursed diamond and become cursed today.
Standing around here thinking about it.
And they're all very funny and very antagonistic towards people of your zodiac sign and of all the other zodiac signs. Especially through that secret 13th one that I keep forgetting the name of, because apparently you don't exist. So hopefully we'll get all 12 through these. That's all. Interestingly, because I don't think that wastes any time. Well, the Aries out there, big trouble if you don't bring a disposable camera everywhere, or don't buy a disposable camera exposed to something I didn't get to read it in time. Anyway, so this van crashes through the gate, and kidnaps us. So that's fun. Unrelated, but are you ready to meet 5 new characters? I hope you are. But because Shinigami is more connected to us than she was in Chapter 0, she didn't get to see anything. She didn't. Oh, actually, she did fall asleep. So, we can't get in through the vent, door's locked. No way out. Now, while we're moping around, the door opens. Be ready for anything. And when I say anything, I don't mean it. So this is the guy who kidnapped us. He's the leader of the Resistance. His name is Shachi. And he does not get a special introduction because he is not a detective.
Is it really okay to follow him?
Master, stop being so indecisive!
So one thing about Shachi is that he is a very peaceful person, especially compared to everyone else in the Resistance. And we are currently in Doya District, which 1 is flooded, and 2 is kind of the slums of the area, which is what the game calls it. This is for people who don't have a lot of money, such as people who have formed a group resisting against the corporation that owns the city.
We don't know when
This is another walkie simulator where if you manage to walk ahead of him, he just turns around and waits for you because you're so far behind. You're in front of him so that you loop around to being far enough behind him that you have to wait. He knows about the Nocturnal Detective Agency, but I don't know if he knows anyone in the Nocturnal Detective Agency, aside from us now, and he didn't find anybody else either, so we still don't know where anybody else is. It is just the bus for now. So now we're going to the Resistance hideout, and we get to meet the rest of the Resistance members. Isn't this exciting? Okay, the name of the group is Anti-Establishment Organization, which is called, but they're commonly called Resistance. Fine. Okay, are there still Ofikusis around? Shouldn't we go back to just 12 Zodiacs? The callback is that one of the people we're about to meet has or had a gambling problem of some sort. But not as bad as Halara and Desahiko when we first met them. Also, Revolution is the single funniest card game you could possibly be playing when you're called the Resistance. So anyway, let's meet these people. First up is Icardi, who is a swimmer and deals in delivering things to everyone else. This is Servan. He's good at computers. He's the one with the gambling addiction, and he's afraid of swimming. This is Iruka, who is a little off her rocker and loves guns and weaponry and shooting guns. And this is Margalaw. He's an old man. He used to work for Amaterasu as an accountant, and so he manages the team's finances. Oh, so I picked the wrong option. You're supposed to refuse to join, even if you accept. You don't really get allowed. Everyone's suspicious of you, but Shachi insists. Don't hurt anybody. So I'm so glad we're with a bunch of anti-disestablishmentarians over here.
Hey, maybe you can hear them talking if you...
So now we're gonna eavesdrop. They have a special safe made by Amaterasu Corporation that even after you enter the correct passcode takes 10 whole minutes to open. Maybe it's 5, but the point is it takes a long time, and a thief's #1 enemy is time, so that helps it be safe. There's a gun in it, specially designed by Iruka for Shachi, but he doesn't want to use it. Also, the safe was designed by Amaterasu Corporation, which is funny. Everyone gets angry at Servan for pointing that out, only because he's the one who bought it. Anyway, welcome to the rooftop. It's a rooftop.
There has to be someplace I can escape
Let's
to.
look for
I have to hurry
exits.
before I'm found.
We go over the edge. No, we can't.
There's
We take
no
the stairs.
escape.
No, there's a surveillance camera that'll see us. So we're trapped up here with a guy with a gun. He does have some information on homunculi, and that's why we're forced to work with him. And now there's a turf war they have to go break up, so now we're alone with Gun Girl. I think she threatens us if we don't do what Shachi wants.
I'm so glad you weren't killed, Master.
While the Libras out there carry 100-gram weights around for potential bliss. While the Pisces out there pick a fight with a shop owner and then jump into the sea. A lovely encounter awaits. Come on. So these are... We're going to set up some security cameras around Kanai Ward, and he gave us this little smartwatch to communicate with him remotely, which is nice. While the Scorpios out there, watch your head, get trampled, and become a star.
I wonder what kind of
Go to Kamasaki District, which is
murders are happening
the
in
closest that we have to a home base, because that's how we get to the place formerly known as the place with the submarine. Now we're going to go to a new place called Marudamon District.
That way?
This
Or
way.
maybe this way?
While the Sagittarius is out there, sea turtle soup is the chef's choice. The restaurant and slurp some up later. For all the Leos out there, wearing some lion fur might be the key to avoiding a tragic fate. I didn't get to read the one for Capricorn, but I think I know what it says. So we're going to set up the first security camera at the telephone booth. Here in the district.
There are a lot of busy-looking people in Marunamon District.
Just like with
Master, you might have
in the
forgotten
district, we are not allowed to run in the
This
street
is what people
because
look like
they're
when they're
arguing.
working. You owe them and me an apology for that careless remark.
Why do I have to apologize to you?
Hey, isn't
Here's
that a
the phone
problem?
booth. We don't have to do like a mini game or anything. Yvonne just tells us off screen and we do it. That was easy. Who's next? Better yet, where's next? Actually, before we do that, we are going to
Let's ask these people if
Talk
they know
to
about Chief
people.
Yako and the others.
see if they know what happened to the rest of the detectives, because nothing will go wrong by asking random people about detectives in the city that hates detectives. Okay, it's not necessarily the city that hates detectives, but it's the city owned by the corporation that hates detectives. The important thing is we don't ask about
Let's hear
peacekeepers.
what other people have to say.
Or we don't ask the peacekeepers about detectives, because that is a recipe for trouble. Luckily, we just have to talk to these civilians. This guy has been watching the river the whole time, and
Maybe you
he
should throw some more
did not
questions out
find,
there.
or he did not see any people in it. Just, what a question to ask somebody. That person works at the power plant and didn't see anything interesting. Is this long, but we've finally gotten repeats with fortune telling. Also, a fun tidbit, I guess, that he's bad at cooking. So, there are a bunch of people in the cafe, and they would see us setting up the camera, so we don't want that to happen. So let's... So, surprise, Fubuki got a job at the cafe. That's waitress. And she's been getting the coffee from the cafe across the street. And so to get everyone out of the cafe, she's leading them to the cafe across the street where there's better coffee, which is very funny. Also, the reason Fubuki's family, the Clockfords, have been such are so wealthy is because they set standards relating to time, calendars, and stuff. Also, Yako said that Fubuki has the strongest forte out of everybody, which is intriguing, especially considering how strong post-cognition is. Well, the Gemini's out there, a trip into an alternate dimension will bring you that much closer to achieving your goals. I will have to check after the run if Yuma is a Gemini. That would be funny. All this... okay, we did that one wrong. Now we're going to set up a camera on top of this vending machine for some reason. Video quality is kind of bad, so we're going to go
Let's wait under the
here.
overhang for Servant to get in touch.
And we're actually not going to... We're allowed to ask Fubuki questions, but I'm not going to. That just ends it. Alright, the final place to put a camera is on Etheria Academy. And you know it's good because we're going to get a warning that once you place the camera, there's no going back.
Let's end it quick.
Requests. We're out of requests. We did it. Okay. Also, there's gonna be a bomb. Let's hurry. This chapter goes from 0 to 60 just like that. We are in the thick of it. All of a sudden. So they put a timer on her smartwatch.
That explosion just now. Where did it take
Timer
place?
hit 0. There was an explosion.
Phone booth. I know where that is, so follow
Check
me.
the phone booth.
I smell a case.
Knight's murder suspect is very many high explosives. And it turns out that all of our cameras we set were actually bombs. And also the smartwatch isn't coming off. And also, Guillaume Hall and her assistant, I guess, Dominic Fulltank. He's the brains, he's the brawn. Also, Yuma is now being publicly called a terrorist, and a warrant is out for his arrest. You, Tauruses, if you don't repent on the roof of an abandoned building, you might die. Okay.
If I can just talk to Shachi, you would
What was I saying?
understand. This ridiculous plan has to be stopped.
Master.
There's a warrant out for our arrest, and so we have to,
I'm sure Shachi
defuse the rest of the bombs before they
This is my
explode and hurt
take
anybody.
advantage of you.
Because our goal as a detective is to not hurt anybody. And I think it's safe to say we've failed miserably.
Wow! You must be quite famous to be shown on such a big screen, Yuma.
It's not like I wanted to be a wanted criminal. What the heck is going on here?
Sneaking around like this is the essence of adventure. I am all fired up, Yuma.
Really? I'm terrified about being discovered.
Kabuki likes adventure and likes going on adventures. Also, she's a little bit airheaded, so I don't know how much she understands the gravity of the situation. But she's with us now because we don't know where anyone else is.
Master, it looks like that resistance woman hates your guts. Careful, or you'll be pumped full of lead.
And I don't think we're allowed to take the bus because, again, we're wanted criminal. It'd be funny if they just let Capricorns, you'll have better luck when the weather clears up. Unfortunately, Conai Ward is rainy all the time. All the cancers out there, just give up. Better luck next life. So, Fubuki's forensic forte is turning back time. So if ever something bad happens, just undo it. Using it does put a lot of strain on her body, but practically speaking, right now we get as many continues as we need. She can't turn back time very far. If she goes back in time, she can't later go back further in time. I think is fair. And now we have to for Aquarius says, buy this jar for good luck. It's a steal at 5 million yen. Did you know that's enough to buy a luxury car? And now we have to hide from all these peacekeepers. They go that way. Shachi goes the other way. They were going up to the roof. So the door's locked on the roof. So the peacekeepers are just banging on the door, and it has escaped.
Peacekeepers have forced
And
Shachi.
we are going to go up the fire escape. Even though we're doing the opposite of escaping the fire. Also, there's no fire. Loud sound warning for soon. There it is. Uh-oh, better hurry. Oops. There's a body. Also, there was an explosion. So, he was killed by a gunshot wound to the head. The horizontal shot, and that definitely wasn't like that before. There's an umbrella there. Don't know what an umbrella is going to do for you in regards to a murder case. Also, if you touch those high voltage lines, you might get electrocuted. I don't think anyone can, Anyway, so an important thing about Shachi's gun is that the barrel opens to the right, even though most guns' barrels open to the left. I wonder what that means. Anyway, that there is a smoking gun. Is the gun in Shachi's hand is the smoking gun. And we ran into Fubuki, so glad she's alive. Guillaume sends everybody on a mission. We hide in cardboard boxes that somehow haven't dissolved in the rain. And we have 15 minutes to get to the next bomb before it explodes. Hold hands and run off together into the sunset, except there's no sunset because it's winter. Now we do some more quick time events to avoid these peacekeepers who are just too slow to get us as long as we get these quick time events. If we mess up any quick time events, we get caught, but it's okay because Fluky can turn back time. Alright, we did it. Good job, everybody. Okay, now, do you know how we're gonna disarm these bombs? That's right. We're gonna do a mini-game, and not just any mini-game. An autism test mini-game. I've taken tests like this so many times. Okay. I'm really good at these puzzles. People who I've played this game with are less good at these puzzles, and I have to explain what the pattern is to them. Don't think now's a good time to be singing in the rain, because it is not exactly a glorious day. But we are about to throw a brick at a cop, so that... I don't know where I was going with this sentence. But this is probably one of the funniest QuickTime events, because if you fail the QuickTime event, you pick the wrong option, which is to throw the soda can. If you throw the soda can, it does exactly what you think it does. Nothing. And Karumi's back. I missed you. Just kidding. This is a bomb. Explain. I have no time, proceeds to explain anyway. Anyway, Marunamon District is flooded. That's probably a bad sign. Ready? Go! Finished. So now we have 30 minutes to get to the next bomb. So before we go there, we're gonna visit Margolaw's shop. Margolaw is one of the people who works for the Resistance, in case you've already forgot. So now we're gonna learn about all of the Resistance leaders. Icardi is an athlete and likes swimming and diving and stuff, and also he delivers stuff. Irvan knows how to make bombs. He had a traumatic experience involving water, so he doesn't like swimming. Margolaw has security camera footage proving he was at his shop the whole time. Iruka and Chachi liked to shoot guns together. Okay, now we're gonna do something we can't do in the rest of the game, and that is cross the street when the light is red. Two quick time events later, we did it. That was easy. Last bomb. Somehow there's a lot of explosives packed in that tiny thing, and we're just gonna defuse it like this. Ready, start, finish. And the bracelet fell off. So, has anyone played Zero Escape? Not all death has been averted. Shachi's still gone.
I hope she's okay.
But
Stand, sit on a
we
sofa.
defused the bomb and our bracelet came off, so that's good enough for characters in 999. So, Rumi has a laptop or something, and we're going to use it to watch the security footage that we were given. Both confirming Margalaw's alibi that he was in his shop the whole time, and we found that Dachi did not leave the roof, and Yuma was the only person to climb up the stairs of the fire exit. Fire entrance, I guess. Okay, now we get to do quick time events as all three people. I was holding A, so it didn't count. Okay. Good to know. What? No, I did that. Oh. Okay. That's all the QuickTime events this chapter. Until the Mystery Labyrinth. Okay, so this is Marunouma District. It might look a bit different than you remember it. So now we have to use this conveniently placed boat to investigate the power plant.
That is amazing! Yuma, you know how to pilot a boat? I'm surprised too! You're amazing, Yuma! Well, it's pretty much sunk. Are there sharks and whales in here?
It's not the ocean, so I doubt it.
If I'm going the right way. You actually can't hit that safe, which is pretty funny, but it is something to think about. The safes are so
We better avoid bumping into
secure
the stuff drifting by.
that they are
Otherwise,
both
you might capsize.
watertight and airtight,
I know, we have no idea
So-
if this boat is sturdy or not.
and they actually have so much air in them that they float on water.
That must be the power plant.
But here we are at the power plant. It smartly uses hydroelectric power to power the city. And the hydro part exploded, which is why the district is flooded. Pretty sure we've done all of the lucky fortune tellings. These documents say there were 2 accidents which caused the flooding.
Better write this down.
This poster talks about the water cycle. This door is locked because there's water in the way. So we finished our investigation, and time is up. And of course the door won't open because I just said that. So we're out of time. And Fubuki is going to turn back time all the way to before we started investigating here. But because we held her hand, we still retain all of the solution keys from when we investigated. Rumi says, let's investigate. And Yumi says, we already did. And so now,
After all, I have
it's
to
time
ask.
to enter the mystery labyrinth. Figure out who killed Shachi. Because, by the way, all of the, all of the remaining resistance people are here in identical boats to the one we took and the one that Guillaume and Dominic were in. Dominic doesn't speak, he just grunts, and Guillaume talks for him and says, he agrees with me. So Fubuki is not surprised the time has stopped because she can stop time. But it wasn't her this time. Down the rabbit hole we go once again. Kurumi doesn't get to come with us, unfortunately. Crosswalks in Kanai were to detect pedestrians to stop traffic for them, which I think would be cool in real life. I don't know how feasible it would be. If someone invents that, please give me royalties, thank you. So now we explain what a mystery labyrinth is to Fubuki, and she immediately forgets all of it. And there's this running gag, I guess, here of Fubuki and Shinigami not liking each other, and also Fubuki is convinced Shinigami is the god of darkness or whatever, and so Yuma must be the hero of light, and he just gets more and more epithets as the labyrinth goes on, and it's funny, I think. Also, there's a time limit now. We only have 3 hours to complete this mystery labyrinth. Do you think we can do it? I hope so. Let's, the time limit is just for show. There are 3 points at which the time limit appears, and I think it's always the same regardless of regardless of how long you take. It is purely visual. I don't know what happens if you wait time for it to time out. I've never done it. I don't want to do it. If I did do it, I'd probably get distracted and then miss it. If you like just don't advance the dialogue, it shows. At the end, there's like a huge time bomb that we deactivate with like a couple minutes left.
By the way, Yuma, why were they accusing you of being the culprit?
Oh yeah, Fubuki, you don't remember the case. There was a murder, and I'm a suspect.
Okay, Warrior of Light.
There's no way the Warrior of
And for
Light
sure
could be a
Darkness and a whole
murderer.
bunch of other things I don't
I
remember.
was seen under incriminating circumstances. Not only was I a suspected terrorist, but I was also spotted next to a corpse on the roof of a building.
Was there no one else on the roof?
No one. There was nowhere to hide up there, and no other exits.
Well, that does sound awfully suspicious.
Character development. In Chapter 0,
Things are
Yuma
so
was
much
like,
easier
should I
to
just confess? Even though he didn't do it. And now
told
Fubuki's
you I
like,
didn't
you should
do
just
it."
confess. And Yuma's like, no, I didn't do it. But good for him. Whoops. Shachi's gun was the murder weapon. This feels like it's setting up a quick time event, but it actually isn't a quick time event. It's just a cutscene where Fubuki goes to jump, she trips, flails, we catch her. There's no way to fail that. It's just a cutscene. Not even a skippable cutscene, just a fast-forwardable cutscene. Which at least we can fast-forward it, but like... Why? Shinigami is being antagonistic, Fubuki is defiant. She's gonna do her best to solve the mystery, even though we have to solve the mystery, because we're the one with Shinigami. Alright, remember what I told you about those power lines? That's not actually what we're doing right now. But we have confirmation that you couldn't have gotten up to the roof of the building next door. That was all of the wrong buttons. What is happening? Okay, there we go. not shoot from the roof of the building next door because it was a parallel gunshot wound, which would not have happened unless his head was at an odd angle, which would be weird. Now it's time for everyone's least favorite question. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But the next thing we do is a two doors room where we get to answer everyone's least favorite question. But first, Ibuki and Shinigami are going to argue about which one it is. I am so sorry for your 4-year-old son who is going to have to hear these silly voices say curse words. I wish they didn't. Really drive home how bad Shinigami is at solving mysteries. He is correct. Was a homicide.
I knew it! This case had to be a homicide. If it was a homicide, someone else had to have been on the roof, right? But Master, you were on the emergency stairwell, and the peacekeepers were behind the door. Which means no one could have gotten off that roof. How did the culprit shoot the victim and get away? See?
Oh yeah, she was right in chapter 1.
Then what happened?
I forgot.
You better explain yourself. Very well, I shall. I completely agree with what you
I mean, her logic was wrong,
I
but
didn't say anything.
correct answer, wrong deduction.
So what do you think, Master?
Why I stopped playing Disney
You mean
Kids
why I
Party.
think it's a homicide? I don't really have a solid reason why yet.
Now we're in another Indiana Jones trap. What is the reasoning behind it being a homicide? Okay. So all of these items were punched out of our memory, and we have to choose what it is. I think the gun proves that it was a homicide. We have to shoot this Q who is causing these walls to close in on us. But we don't have a truth bullet yet, so we have to do a puzzle. Now it's time for the biggest surprise reveal, whatever, of the chapter. Gun is weird because Nachi is left-handed. Also, to drive home the point about Shinigami, don't we have road for Yuma? Okay, never mind. I thought her team of parts be the thing to go the cube without Yuma shot it. Anyway, timer is now at 2 hours before the labyrinth explodes or whatever. So now we know that Shachi is left-handed. It's a bit odd that the gun was in his right hand. This isn't the first time we speedrun in this chapter. When getting to the bombs, there was a timer counting down And I do know that that timer can never go off no matter how long you wait, because it just says exactly 15 minutes left or 30 minutes left. Come on, get in the boat. Down the rabbit hole we go. Or down the toilet, depending on what's causing that whirlpool. Where did the culprit shoot from? Well, gunshot wounds. It can't be the roof of the building next door. These keepers were inside the hideout, which means it must be a roof. Good job stepping over the edge of the boat in order to slash your sword. MC Escher. Okay, we have to check all of these cues to figure out where culprit escaped from. They couldn't have gone to the roof of the neighboring building. They couldn't have jumped off the side. And they didn't go down the stairs because we were on the stairs. And they didn't go through the door because there were peacekeepers on the other side. So we're out of options. And there's only an hour and a half left. So now we're going to recreate our memory of when we first went to the rooftop and see what is different. And we have until the pain in our head goes away. We get to walk even slower than usual. We notice a drain over the edge of the rooftop. This is a new mechanic. I think you're given two options to repel, and you have to repel the correct answer, either the one on the left or the one on the right. In this case, it was the one on the left. The culprit dove into the drain.
The culprit opened the storm drain's grates beforehand, and...
So through a quick time event, we have to choose which drain to fall into. Who could have done it? A resistance leader. Also, Fubuki's upside down, and that's funny. Alright, now we have to chase our suspects.
Chase.
They're all either still in any case.
Is it pup?
But if so,
Nice.
Three giant water tanks. And the farthest this splatter has to go. Be necessary for the culprit to commit this crime, why they would have to be good at swimming. Because they dove into the... They dove into the... And who is the trained diver among these four? Not Margaloth. And one more designed for the road. Love the oxygen tank. Kind of weird that you need all of these tubes to go into it, but I suppose swimming does require a lot of oxygen. And once again, it is time for the process of elimination. Reasoning deathmatch. Prove that it can't be anybody else.
I'm not the culprit. Where's your evidence? There are other resistance members. I know. Margala is the culprit. Margala shot Shachi on the roof. If it's not Margala, then Iruka is the culprit. Iruka knows a lot about handling guns. She killed Shachi. And made it look like suicide.
Finally, we know that Servan is not the type of person to...
It's not Margala. It's not Iruka. But you still can't say I'm the culprit. The culprit is Servan.
Sweet.
He killed Shachi on the roof. And messed with the corpse.
Oh.
It's not Margala. It's not Iruka. But you still can't say I'm the culprit. The culprit is Servan. He killed Shachi on the roof. And messed with the corpse. Then escaped through the drain.
So the timer is now at 31 minutes, so we better hurry, because somehow it's been 2.5 hours since we started this mystery labyrinth. Here's the time bomb I talked about. Okay, it took us 15 minutes to get from there to here. What was the purpose of the bomb in version 1.0.0? Purpose is misspelled as not having any at the end. That was funny. So now that we've cut that wire, the bomb still hasn't stopped, which means we have one more thing to do, this time with a rainbow wire. What was the culprit doing during the diversion? Finally, the timer has stopped at 13:44.22, which I don't think is even my best time at doing that, which is embarrassing. But now it's time to climb all these stairs. Boy, am I glad I'm not actually climbing stairs right now.
Meanwhile, the culprit sabotaged the valves of the power plants
And
and
with
the
14
reservoir to
entire
flood
minutes
Arnhem
left.
District.
We have stopped the bomb of Mystery Labyrinth, which means all that's left is to do the Great Onset Destroyer segment, Reduction Denouement, and then sit through the explanation of everything we
Why not just detonate
just figured
A
out.
lot simpler than flooding the place.
Goodness.
It's true. If their goal was to cause chaos, they could have just used the bombs. Considering that, the culprit must not have wanted to destroy the place.
Also, it turns out that those bomb defusals was just sending us on a wild goose chase. So that we would waste time. So now, Mystery Phantom Iruka is insisting that this was to... that Shachi wanted this. It was to do something relating to the resistance and, like, spark a revolution or something by killing the leader of the resistance, and that's not true. That's not what Shachi would have wanted. He is the closest thing this game is going to get to a pacifist. Except for the fact that he likes to shoot guns with Iruka. That's kind of odd.
Let's get to the truth, Master!
Stop, stupid! No! I can do it! Shut up! Get away from me! That's bullshit! Stop! Shut up! Shut up, shut up, shut up! Damn it all! Go away! Stay away from me! Stop, stop, stop! You're an outsider! What do you know? You have no idea what we went through in the slums! This is a declaration of our beliefs as part of the
Why
resistance!
would Mr. Swimmer
have
want
to
to
defeat
flood
Amaterasu.
a little monster?
That's why we plunged
What
the
could
city
we
into
possibly
chaos.
have found
Shachi gave up his own life for that!
that would
This is what Shachi wanted! Shachi told me to do it!
make it seem like that's not what Shachi wanted? In a noble battle to end the disparity between rich and poor, I think not. The safes from the bank float in water? He just wanted money. Oh no, I forgot to update my guide for the last, for this deduction anymore, and I think the rest of them is wrong. That's okay. I'm already losing time to these as is. Ace. There's a shorter gain of wealth, thankfully. Be right back. I will still be holding the R button until. moral of today's story is don't kill people for money. I did the book thing. That was before we did the recap. Reduction denouement, I think it's called.
Searching.
I think it is possible that you can just turn your skill into a forensic forte because the swindle detective and their advanced skills of deception and cajolery, which is a word I did not know was this fun to say until I said it. Why does this game take forever to load? I'm using a digital copy. Okay, so now Dominic is going to get interrupted by the fact that Icardi is dead. He would just have biggest grin on his face like he's completely desensitized to people just keeling over after exiting the Mystery Labyrinth. Also, if you don't advance the dialogue here and you just wait long enough, the buildings repeat. So we pass the... You can pass this... If you don't advance the dialogue, you can just pass that garden as many times as you want. You keep moving forward, but the area loops. Because Fubuki has had an affluent upbringing, she doesn't go shopping for herself and has a very bad sense of scale when it comes to money. She thinks an apple costs as much as a car. Because the only thing these writers know to use to demonstrate the value of money is to compare it to a vehicle. This is another choice that doesn't actually do anything. You can turn yourself in, or you can fight the Peacekeepers. Either way, everyone's gearing up to fight. Yomi comes in, and then, look, up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's an off-brand Monokuma! It's Makoto! Remember this guy? I don't blame you if you don't. He's just kind of here to, tell Yomi to go away. Save everyone here from certain doom. And then he just leaves. Also, he says, go to the riverbank. I left you a surprise. Also, it is confirmed that the phone of the Nocturnal Detective Agency is a landline phone, which I don't know how that works because they're in a submarine. Maybe I just don't know how landline phones work, but okay, never mind. He's walking right with us until he excuses himself again and walks off without us. Okay, now he tells us to go to the thing. Okay, I'm getting confused. I hope the surprise is not a cube that weighs less than 50 kilograms, although to be fair, if it weighed more than 50 kilograms, I don't know how he would carry it. Give it to us. Okay, yeah, that weighs more than 50 kilograms. Also, it is now confirmed that a homunculus was created through research conducted by Amaterasu Corporation. The plot thickens. Also not a cube, but I think this is better than a cube that weighs less than 50 kilograms. And he even left a letter on the chief's desk. He also seems to have left every poster on the wall, every book on the shelf. Vivian heard something about the homunculus research. Everyone's surprised because we don't know what that is, but now we do. And by we, I mean not me. Something about Amaterasu Lab. That's where the homunculus research is, so I wonder if we should go there. So now he's saying scary things about the Book of Death. And for the first time in the game, Vivia Twilight stands up. Dun, dun, dun. That was the end of No Longer a Detective, where we never really stopped being a detective, so I don't know why it's called that. I mean, we did hit the opposite, or we did start the rebound on the victim to culprit ratio.
The past, that should have been completely...
Finally, it's 1-to-1 again. Chapter 4, The Imperfect Insider. Oh no! Also, we found everybody. Turns out they were in like a hideout building that Chief Yako said, if anything happens and you can't get to the sub, meet us here. And then he forgot to tell Yuma, and Fubuki also forgot to tell Yuma, which is why it was just the two of us until suddenly everyone else showed up. This person makes really delicious ramen. That's nice. Really ramen.
All right, time to do some legwork.
Now we get to talk to people to ask them if they know anything about the homunculus research or whatever. Which, not sure why we want to get the word out, but a lot of people aren't being helpful, so it's not that big of a deal, but I don't have high hopes for learning anything about a secret lab.
You're actually doing...
Which, I mean, is fair. It's a secret. Yeah, I think the point of this whole thing is that nobody really knows anything. I don't blame them, but it'd be nice if we could get something more than what we already know from Kurumi and Shachi, which are the only two people to tell us anything. Yeah, so Kurumi's grandfather was disappeared after was snooping around too hard, so Kurumi took over his job as informant. So she's tagging with us right now. So it probably helps to have another person there, if only for safety. Safety in numbers.
Whoa, you really appreciate.
Kanai Tower. How are we going to get up to Makoto's room, which I think is the top floor? It's the top floor places with apartments. So there's a robot that we're going to meet soon called Amapal, developed by Amaterasu Corporation, which is where the Ama comes from. And apparently there's a version that looks like a bear with differently colored left and right sides, which is another cute little reference to, like, the teddy bear in Uchi's brain room. But so I completely missed everything that conversation is about. I think Makoto says, I'll let you come to the secret lab, but only one person, so Kurumi is not allowed to come with. Neither are the other detectives. You tell me how much you believe that. Go ahead. So loading screen tips would stop spoiling so many things. Like, how are you going to spoil an entire character that we would have seen if we didn't skip the cutscene? But still. Now we're going to tell Chief Yako about our proposition, which I'm sure is going to go great. He really fears for everyone's safety. I need to stop scrolling through these loading screen tips. Trying to remember how many characters we meet this chapter. Probably.
There's still some time before the meetup.
Isn't a lot, but it's more than 0. So, Chief Yako grew up in Kanai Ward. Which is why he cares so much about the city. All the other detectives here are from outside. Kurumi is also from Kanai Ward. Vivia's catchphrase of sorts is, I want to die someday, which is not something you want to hear from anybody. Especially not in the murder mystery game.
We should head to station and meet up with Makoto.
Mr. Twilight has seen a lot of things. It's a lot of baggage, yes. This is another area where we have to cross at the crosswalk.
Maybe he's waiting in a car. Let's check around the roundabout
It's
area.
funny. Car traffic here.
Maybe he's
Believe
in
it.
a car.
This yellow car. Coda says, do you have a license? What a coincidence. Neither do I. Which makes this pretty scary. The only thing scarier is the fact that the street is wet. And I'll stop talking now because I don't want to scare myself, but nothing happens. We arrive to our destination. Nobody gets hurt. Nothing gets broken. We're fine. Also, because of biometric authentication, Makoto will take off his mask, but of course we don't get to see it. And neither does Shinigami, even though she probably could have. She doesn't. For probably security reasons, and also because she doesn't want to go mad with whatever is going on in his family. This is automated walking. So, Shinigami likes to poke fun at Yuma's face for reasons I do not understand. From what I've seen, he has a normal human face relative to every other normal human in this game's world. Okay, we have to ask about everything. It's a secret lab. This secret lab, there's a Dr. Huesca. Makoto came to Kanai Ward about 3 years ago as the new CEO of Amaterasu Corporation. Yomi is the top peacekeeper. He technically works under Makoto, but they don't like each other. Because Yomi likes violence and Makoto doesn't. Anytime someone gets arrested by peacekeepers, they specify you have no right to remain silent and no right to an attorney. So that's the opposite of what you want to hear when you're getting arrested. Or so I'd imagine. So the gate's open, that's weird. There are peacekeepers here, that's concerning. There is an intruder. Secret lab, oh no! Now Yomi's here to antagonize us. No idea what that reference means. I'm not good with metaphors, although I don't think anyone heard that has heard that phrase before. A more unlikely meeting than an umbrella and a sewing machine or something. Anyway, not only is there an intruder in the secret lab, that intruder is the
keep up with Makoto.
legendary Fink the Slaughter Artist. Fink the Slaughter Artist is this
I was picturing something way more suspicious, like corpses stored in a vat of chemicals
kid
and
man
stuff.
who is a real person, not an urban legend like the Nail Man. But as we saw, the Nail Man was real too, so anything can happen.
It's not some suspicious
Getting a tour of the lab.
There aren't any immortal monsters
It's
in
suspicious
sight.
here.
I can't tell yet.
Glass houses hold no secrets,
I'm sure you
and so
want to
do
look
glass
around the lab, but
laboratories.
let's prioritize this issue with Dr. Weska.
Right.
And
if he's been targeted by the hit,
Yomi is here because the peacekeepers received a
Well, then,
threatening note
sorry.
from Fink,
Dr.
the
Weska
slaughter
should be in
artist,
the critical lab up ahead.
which threatened the life of one Dr. Huesca, who we met in loading screen tips. He does not wear socks or shoes. Not for any health reasons, he just thinks the time spent putting on socks and shoes is better spent researching. Which is funny. And now we're going to go to his lab. And he has the most intense security system I've ever seen. So he communicates through this monitor. It says, take off your mask if you want to talk to me, but he doesn't. So Human talks for him. And so anyone who wants to enter the lab has to go through his security system, which is a bit overkill. There is a gas of toxic gas that's very fatal to humans. And after that, there's a floor puzzle that is so advanced that not even the most advanced artificial intelligence can figure it out. And he doesn't leave the room very much, so there's like a laundry bit and a bathroom and everything in his place. And so the Peacekeepers found us and threw us out here. And hey, I recognize those statures. Surprise! The detectives are here and disguise themselves as peacekeepers because they received the same threatening note that the peacekeepers did.
For the first time, I think Fuzzhead and the Shorty Detective are kinda cool.
So they're here to investigate, think, hopefully stop him. Failing that, investigate him. Trust and believe we are about to learn so much about this toxic gas, as well as like other things. So there was a blackout. We hope it doesn't affect the doctor, but his room has its own power supply. Now Yako is disguised as a peacekeeper and is leading them out of the way so we can get there unimpeded. Kinda scary here because everything's at low lights, but that does make it aesthetically cooler and it looks like the rest of the city. I recognize that stature. It's Fubuki, she's here too. Alright, let's try calling the doctor. So he says, oh no, help me! So we have to save him from whatever's getting him. And so we are going to use a toy that is being developed here in this very secret lab that nobody knows about. Oh, I have to move.
Master, you gotta hurry!
And so we are going to talk to the researcher and convince them to let us borrow their toy robot Amapal. And this is the only
We're supposed to.
this is the only currently functional Amapal. The researcher who's working on it isn't closest friends with Dr. Weska, but he is letting us borrow the robot. It's controlled remotely through a tablet, and it is very carefully designed to only be to be as safe as possible for humans to use. And so the arms can't really hurt anything, and it can't move anything else while the arms are extended. So Because Amapal is not a human, it will not be affected by the toxic gas, which only affects living creatures. Citation needed. Okay, so there was some sort of glitchiness. That's not an encouraging thing to find out, but everything's working now. So we're going through this airlock decontamination device, which makes the gas not affect us. And now we're getting gassed. Or Amapal's getting gassed, but Amapal is a robot, so it's not hurt. No one's here. Good. Don't want to get the toxic gas. Alright, so door's locked behind them. So now Amapal has to go through this puzzle that, again, so advanced, not even an AI can figure it out. However, we have Fubuki's ability, so we can, so if that ever happens to Amapal, we turn back time, and now we have to stop Desahiko from trying again. And so
Keep it up.
let's hope we get this on our first try.
Whoa, that scared me. Sorry.
That sounds like a toy.
Well, it is a toy.
Phew,
We're almost there.
that was scary. We did it.
Nice work,
Gang.
Master. You figured out the panel room. I can't go there.
We just need to
I always
stretch
forget what
Amapal's
button
arm out
to
to that
press.
switch.
So the door's opening very slowly. Hurry up, please.
Hurry, but this door is
There's a
moving so
Dr. Wesker we need to
slowly.
find.
Yuma, that should be good enough. Hurry up and move Amapal through that crack in the door.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
arms extended, no other
Laser
controls will
connection when
function.
Arms extended, no other controls will function?
Pull the arm back already. The door's completely open.
Now we can move again. Hurry, Yuma.
Uh-oh. Glitchiness warning. Okay.
Yuma, hurry and get Amapal.
Amapal, get back up. What's that in the distance? Surely it can't be. Surely it isn't.
It's back.
Don't call me Shirley. Alright, so Amapal pressed the button, disabling the security system, and now we can run through without risk of, getting toxic gassed. And we can just run straight through the panel room without having to solve the puzzle. So that's how Dr. Wesker gets out and invites guests in, but he doesn't like to invite guests in, as we will eventually find out. Alright. Everybody run.
There is no more.
Fortunately, all the toxic gas was ventilated out.
Floor panels have been deactivated. Let's run on through.
Kazuko is stopping. Okay, so Yakko was injured by Fink the Slaughter Artist. Shinigami says it's a fatal injury. Nothing we can do about it. Nobody wants to believe that, but Shinigami does not lie about dying. So he must actually be on his way out. Luki already tried Journey Back Time, and it was not enough. And then Halara shows up to beat everyone to the ground. That's a silver lining, I'll say. So, thanks, but too little too late. Now, Halara will spend the rest of the chapter doing chest compressions, chest compressions, chest compressions.
How did things end up like this?
Oh, Halara, please, thank you. Vivia seems to know something. Let's go ask him. Vivia's forte is spectral projection. He just turns into a ghost and flies wherever he wants to. So that means our turn. Use coalescence and spectrally project together. So you go to sleep or something, and ghost you, or soul, or whatever, out of your body. You get to look at yourself. And it doesn't hurt when you get hit, but you can still bump into things, especially other spirits like Shinigami. And now for probably my least favorite section of the run, which is kind of a maze, but not really. So because we're a ghost, we can walk through walls, but because your brain still thinks of walls as barriers, you can't really go through them yet. What we can do is go through doors. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so we can't go through walls, we can go through doors because your brain already thinks of doorways as like...
Alright, let's hurry. That was a close one.
I can't even think because I have to concentrate so hard on dodging all of these spirits, because if you touch any of them, you'll get spirit killed or something, and you have to start the segment over, and it's so annoying. I hate these things. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about peacekeepers. We do have to worry about... Oh, goodness.
Just a bit more.
Go this way. Don't want to... I didn't know when I'm supposed to do here? Something move. Supposed to go this way? No, I'm not. I'm supposed to go this way, I think. Very lucky day when I... Oh. First try. Wow, okay, that was scary, but at least we never have to do that again. On the way back and in any future Ghost segments, there are no spirits to speak of. They somehow all get exorcised. So again, because we're ghosts, we can go through doors, and we don't activate the security system, even though the security system is deactivated. So... again, because we're a ghost, we can float, and we can look through this. There is enough space in the airlock to hide a person.
I'll find out for you.
So, the thing about the toxin is that...
Let's go to the next one.
The thing about the toxin is that it's not instantly lethal. Once infected, a person will die within 30 minutes, and there's nothing you can do about it. But for those 30 minutes, you'll be fine, I think. Unless you have side effects. So Dr. Weska was researching homunculi. He is hard of hearing, which is why he wanted Makoto to take off his mask. 3 stab wounds, though it's unlikely he did this to himself. The F on the knife is characteristic of Think the Slaughter Artist, so we have a suspect. We can't interact with the doctor's computer because we're a ghost. Doctor's notes talk about sulfuric acid melting skin. Oh, surely you can't be serious. No, it's not neutralized 30 minutes later. You're dead 30 minutes later. There's no way to neutralize this gas. Fortunately. Toxic. Unless you're outside, in which case the ventilation of the outdoors makes the toxin completely harmless to anybody. Like, you cannot hurt anybody with this toxin unless you're inside a building like we are right now. So, Vivia is threatening us with a box cutter.
Vivia tried
Which
to
is
kill
mean.
me. Why would he
But
do such a thing?
he can't hurt us while we're ghosts, so he's threatening to return to his body first and then kill our body. But he's not going to do that because he's nice,
Not whatever.
I think. I don't think I thanked you yet for the donation. Thank you for the donation and the good luck. So now we are going to investigate more things with Vivia by our side this time, and we're both ghosts, so we don't have to worry about getting caught by anybody. And there are no more spirits, because that's a pain in the spirit. So...
We don't have much time. We have to check the rooms we can access.
Supposed to go here?
Just barge in and check everything.
Doesn't actually matter which... In the game, it doesn't matter which one you do first. For the run, I think we have to do this first, the robot lab.
This is the...
Researcher is holding a grudge against Amapal. Amapal can support up to 100 kilograms of weight, which is impressive.
This is the central...
I mean, it's fine if we do end up dropping through the floor, because we can just float. Here to the electrical room, because I know there's something here. Electricity system did get shut off, but somebody turned it back on like a couple seconds later. Like, these two are talking. There was some silhouette during the blackout. So it's probably...
Yep.
I think the slaughter
Stairs
artist.
so you don't get
Where did it go away?
I see.
I think the slaughter artist doesn't normally send death threats. That's interesting. So Director Yomi is the only person with the key to the storage room. But because we're ghosts, we don't need keys. We can just enter the storage room. And we find a bunch of documents that we can't touch. There is a missing file. This way to where Eve was murdered.
Chief Yago was attacked in this hallway.
Also, when we passed that the first time, the chief's soul or whatever spoke to us and said, "Hey, solve the mystery." Then hidden in the plants, there is a photo of two people and a map, both with bloodstains on it. And the photo of the people, one of the people's faces is obscured. Okay. So now we have to go out to investigate a third time to actually look at the doctor's computer, because if we don't, it's going to be hard to do everything we want to do in the Mystery Labyrinth. Hint, hint. We're gonna wake up in our bodies. So weird being corporeal again. I'm guessing. And the big thing about your ghost form is that you can't touch anything. I mean, you can walk on the floor, in air quotes, but... Yes, we don't have enough clues to go to the Mystery Labyrinth, so we check the doctor's computer, and now is when Alara's just doing chest compressions, chest compressions, chest compressions. Inugami is giving us the pep talk we need to save everybody on our own by looking at this computer. I don't know why we're not gonna take Fubuki with us so we can turn back time if we get caught, or why we're not taking, or why we're not having Desuhiko give us a disguise. But we aren't, So, just remember to turn Fubuki's Forte into a solution key when you get the chance. Hi, Chief. Bye, Chief. So, we have to sneak in. Luckily, again, the security system disabled, so we can just walk through the toxic gas chamber without getting gassed. Walk through the panel chamber without getting paneled. Sneak over.
There's no time.
Of
We need to
course.
hurry up and check the...
We kick a can. Luckily, we get saved in the nick of time by Vivia, who, in addition to a box cutter, has a syringe full of knockout drug in his jacket that he just uses to put both peacekeepers to sleep. And we find that the last time the security was disabled was 90 days ago, and it's been consistently on ever since. And now we're looking at emails from somebody with a garbled username to Dr. Huesca, and from Dr. Huesca to the other person who we're just going to call anonymous because it's easier than remembering all of those symbols. And oh no! If only Fubuki was here to turn back time, or Yasuhiko was here to
Can you do it?
Of course, Master!
disguise us. So anyway, Shinigami, save us please, thank you. So place your bets. Who killed Dr. Ska? And I guess why? Also, Vivia has done so much research into the Book of Death and Shinigami and whatever else, and also he can see her because he is a ghost too, or a spirit or whatever. And so, he remembers the case for once, and we don't have to explain it to him again. Why are you not loading? Okay. I got worried. Both times during my casual playthrough, including when I was routing this, because I'm using my own route, my game crashed in a similar situation in Chapter 4. During my runs of this, the game did not crash. So I'm hoping the game does not crash, especially because we're on latest patch. So hopefully there's no crash. If there is, the game auto-saves,
okay.
so we're not going to lose too much time. We are going to lose some time, so let's hope it doesn't. Vivia is still lazy, and he's actually walking in his body, because even though we are in an alternate dimension, we're not ghosts. So, talking something about coalescence, I already forgot. Really don't like this transition. Why is it like this? Okay, so we have, this Mystery Labyrinth is so mysteriful that we don't even know what the question is that we're solving here yet. First, we have to, do some reasoning death matches against Mystery Phantom Yomi. I agree, I think the loading times are worse.
You're the ones who killed Dr. the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside. Until you actually enter the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active. In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. That couldn't be an intruder.
Oh, you said better. I don't know. I still think it's a long load times.
Don't make me laugh. Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
The loads are longer, I'm not complaining. What I will complain about is not being able to fast forward the beginning of the,
If there was another intruder, then where did they go?
the Great Onset Destroyer
By the time you
segments.
arrived at the scene, there was no one else, right? There's no place to hide in the critical lab.
I will say the Mystery Phantom Yomi is my favorite design in the game. I don't like him as a character. I'm not supposed to like him as a character, but boy do I like this design. So let's actually figure out what the question was. Was there an intruder? I think yes, there was. Because there was a shoe print on Amapal's head that wasn't there when we got it. So even though Amapal can support up to 100 kilograms of weight, somebody with feet made an imprint. Or maybe their shoes were just dirty. Okay, remember in Chapter 2 when we had to process of elimination all 3 doors? We have to do that here too, except now we have to disprove all 3 answers that the Mystery Labyrinth could come up with. Which disproves what Shinigami said earlier, that if there's only one route, there's only one possibility. The logical deduction, because these are not the only 3 possibilities. Right. Oh. Did they cut off the power supply? No. The power supply was on the whole time. Culprit never entered the lab in the first place. What? Is that even a... Who would even think of this? I mean, is that saying... Is that trying to suggest that Wesker killed himself? I guess. But then how would there be a footprint on Amapal's head? Also, he had 3 stab wounds in his back. It is not possible for a person to do that to themselves. According to every murder mystery video game I've ever played, which is more than I probably should for someone of my tastes. Like that line in Cell Block Tango. He ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 3 times. If the doctor was expecting a guest, he disabled security. But that doesn't make sense, because according to the security log, it hasn't been disabled in, 90 days. And I don't think there was enough food in the storage for 2 whole people to be there for 90 days. And also... I mean, there were 3 stab wounds, but only one of them had a knife in it. So the presumption is the same knife was used 3 times. So I don't know if it missed, but it would definitely bleed out faster. Anyway, option 4, spectral projection. Surely you can't be serious. The whole point, the moral of this chapter is that in spectral projection mode, you can't touch anything. Okay, Vivian is saying you can't handle the truth. I don't agree. I mean, knowing what the truth is makes it easier to handle, but maybe you can't handle the truth. Only one way to find out. Alright. Who could have bypassed the security system?
That's right!
How fast this is. I'm not even fast forwarding. That's some very clever thinking that there were 2 labs and got switched like in Chapter 1, but remember, in Chapter 1, when they switched, the power went off. And the power in Dr. Huesca's lab did not go off, even though because it's on a different power supply than the rest of the lab, which got shut off. Blackout, I don't know if you remember. Okay, TV static jump scare at the top of these stairs. And then
When you think about who could get
this
past
advances
security,
automatically.
the only option we know
Up
of
the
is
stairs.
Armapal.
Okay.
True. And that's how we were able to get through security ourselves.
But it's just a toy robot, right? How is it related to the case?
I don't know yet, but since Amapal can get through security, it must be important.
So this is a recreation of Dr. Huesca saying help, is why we went in with Amapal in the first place. So you have to figure out, who did he say, who are you, to? The answer is noon. I have to figure out what was the doctor's motive. I think he put on an act. Why did he put on an act? Who was he acting for? Okay, he was acting for the people watching the intercom, but why?
This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood.
You can stall in the air by
You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well.
Slashing in the air. I think that's cool.
This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all.
What isn't cool is
That exchange on the intercom wasn't an
you're
act.
not doing
There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
He wanted to be an actor, he should have been in Chapter 2 like all the others. Okay, this was the other place my game possibly crashed, so I hope that it does not. So the doctor researching notes were about using sulfuric acid to burn a body. So what he wanted was for someone else to come in so he could burn their body with sulfuric acid,
Couldn't have used another
pretend
researcher.
that was
Someone
his
would have
body,
noticed their absence.
and then
He needed visitors. People
sneak
from
out of
outside to
the
pull it off.
sneak out of Kanai Ward. I mean, if he wanted his own chapter, he got his own chapter. Now for some unique art style. Did the culprit enter the lab before Amapal? Yes or no? I say yes. According to the loading screens, among there is such thing as homunculi. Doctor has already been murdered. Bad news.
We're narrowing down when the culprit entered.
He was doing homunculus research.
Yeah.
Somebody
but we still don't know how yet.
stopped him from doing
It had
homunculus
to be
research.
between when we spoke to the doctor over the intercom and when Amapel entered his lab. During that time, the culprit entered the doctor's lab and murdered him.
So the most likely time would be when you went to borrow Amapal, Master. The culprit had to have entered the lab then.
But Fubuki waited at the front chamber while Desuhiko and I went to borrow Amapal. She said no one entered or left the lab.
There's that curtain again. Maybe he really does want to be an actor. Or maybe the culprit wanted to be an actor. They're the one who made the mystery, which is why they made the mystery labyrinth. Where was the culprit? They were in the airlock. Nice of Inagami, I guess, to make a,
But I thought he was just hiding in there to avoid being spotted after the crime.
to make a map on the floor for us to
culprit
click
was in
on.
there before the crime too?
Yeah, the culprit was waiting for their chance. But we had no idea when we sent Amapel into the airlock.
And from there,
So, for some reason, the mystery labyrinth seems to almost be
Amapel to the
falling
doctor's
apart.
lab. So the culprit entered the doctor's lab before then? How would that be possible? Only Amapel could get past security, right?
Yeah, that's the next big question.
Maybe the culprit used another Amapal unit.
No, the researcher mentioned there was only one functioning Amapal.
Which means the Amapel Yuma controlled was the only one that could get past security.
So the culprit must have taken advantage of Master's Amapal to get into the doctor's lab.
Yeah, that's the only way. But how did they use it? There's no solving the doctor's murder until we figure that out.
Well, I have an idea. Will you hear me out?
What is it?
How about giving up? I'm getting tired.
Nope, motion denied.
Amapal as a weapon is pretty silly. Amapal as a shield doesn't really work. So, for this next section, this was changed from 1.0.0. There were 4 multiple choice questions we had to answer in quick succession, and now it's just multiple choice quick time events. Okay. Yeah, so 3 more questions. Where was the culprit before the crime? On top of Amapal. How did the culprit use Amapal's transportation? What caused the malfunction? The culprit jumped on him. Why didn't the culprit appear on camera or on top of Amapal's head?
After we left Amapal in the airlock,
Vivian is talking about the case's greatest mystery, so there is something we still don't have a solution. When did the culprit get off Amapal? While the door was opening, because goodness gracious, that took a long time, and Amapal wasn't able to move during that time, so the culprit could just jump off and climb over the top, or just walk around. Like, you don't have to do all that. I think the biggest I think that was the biggest change in the patch. The only other ones I know of are fixing typos that I wrote down in my notes because I'm that type of person.
The culprit hopped off Amapal as the door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible, even to think a slaughter artist. Think about it. If Amapal's line of sight changed just a bit.
Well, if they went around the back, they wouldn't have appeared on camera, because Amapal's entire left side of the view was blocked by the door. No, Amapal can't turn its head, so they got off the back. They could just walk around the end of the door.
since the door opens outward, it's possible to take advantage.
I guess the game's telling us they climbed over the door, so I guess they climbed over the door. So now...
The culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way he missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep. Is there any trace of him being drugged? Even if he didn't look back from his desk, he would have heard someone coming.
You know, Amapal does not have 360 vision, and also Amapal cannot turn its head or do any kind of movement while its arm was extended, and its arm had to be extended in order to press the button that opens the door.
Yuma.
It is the normal stereoscopic cameras in front vision.
About, don't you?
It's designed to vaguely look like a person.
Investigation.
As eyesight vaguely like a person. or a bear if you get the model with the two
Let's
differently
review your
colored
deduction,
sides.
shall we? The culprit took advantage of Amapau's locked position and entered the lab. And before the robot entered the room, that
I
person
mean, I guess
stabbed the doctor
they didn't want to make a
from
footprint on the floor, but they also
However,
didn't make any footprints in the lab
escaping,
after they had landed.
causing it to fall
So
over.
even climbing over the door
There
when
was
they
obviously a mistake.
dropped down from the top of the door.
But since it wasn't captured on video, they were able to avoid detection. After that, the
Give me
culprit
footprints.
went inside the decontamination device in the airlock to hide from you.
That's correct. So what's the hole in my deduction?
It's before all of that. It remains the case's greatest mystery.
Which is?
How did the culprit get past security?
What?
Keep playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shots would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
Living human can breach it? Wrong. One living human can breach it. Or I guess they will count you using coalescence.
Vivia?
Right now, most static heel turn in the history of turning around to reasoning death match against somebody we don't particularly want to kill.
Let me ask you. How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber? It's impossible to avoid the gas. The culprit would surely die. You should already know this, right? The gas is a special trait. The gas can see through even a gas mask. No ability to nullify its toxicity. Once it hits you, you're done for. You die before reaching Wesker.
So, even though the culprit got gassed, they had 30 minutes left of life with which to incapacitate Dr. Weska.
If the culprit carried out the crime as you deduced, then they should be dead from the toxic gas. But no one at the scene has died from poisoning. If you can understand that much, then what are you still doing here?
Have you figured it out yet?
Your deduction is wrong. Don't disturb the peace. It's not even worth debating.
Oh, did I run out of stamina? Oh no! Do you lose stamina every time you hit the thing? Oops. Good to know. Okay, good. We're right back here.
If the culprit carried out the crime as you deduced,
That must be why I keep getting such a low grade in stamina then.
but no one at the scene has died from poisoning. If you can understand
I thought that was just
then what are
faster.
you still
Okay.
doing here? Your deduction is wrong. give up and die!
Hold on. But we've cracked this case wide open. Please don't do it. Then, we'll be done faster. He sent it to make it seem like the doctor was in danger. And why was it to the peacekeepers? Use disguise. You can disguise as a peacekeeper. Pause the blackout. That was Fake the Slaughter Artist. Memories of things that happened 6 hours ago. Then this. However, time is stopped for everyone outside the labyrinth while we're in here. So... well, he was stabbed to disguise the fact that he was dying in half an hour. Feels like I contradicted myself, but...
Right up, step right up!
If you're still playing on patch 1.0.0 for some reason, there is a section in this denouement, in the second half, where you can fast forward. Of course, if you're playing on any patch after that, you could just fast forward the whole thing, but I thought I'd point it out anyway because it's in my notes. So what I was supposed to do, instead of just slash all of the white text, is to use Vivia's assist. There's always someone you can assist, who can assist you and give you like shields so you don't take damage by just hitting things. Or I could have just avoided them. Either way, I should have known that my stamina was going down. That's on me. Mommy's pointing with her right arm this time. When she does it with her left to mirror human. Also didn't use her arms. This is a special occasion. Now there's one thing that we haven't talked about yet. Let's see if we can spell out what it is. Weska's email. We've gotten so much trouble for that. It's why we entered the labyrinth at the time we did, and we haven't used it in the labyrinth yet, so we have to do something with it, right? Ooh. New path unlocked. A secret dungeon. I think Chief that was still alive in the real world, because Lara was doing chest compressions on him, but now that we've ripped his soul, the Mystery Labyrinth is going to fall apart very soon.
That in mind, we'll know who the true culprit is. Doesn't it seem like he wanted you to find the truth?
He is now dead in the real world.
Even though he was the culprit himself.
Why is that?
But
maybe there's a hidden truth.
As far as we can tell, Shinigami was the one to kill him, not the toxic gas, and not think the slaughter artist.
Anonymous person involved.
If Anonymous is part of this case, they must have a motive.
Must
killing
state his
Dr.
pride as a
well.
serial
The
hitman,
doctor
right?
knew about the secret dealings and was planning to flee from Kanai Ward by himself, after all. Could it be that Anonymous took advantage of Chief Yako by instigating him to commit murder?
Yes. It's unlikely the Chief just happened to kill Dr. Weska right as he was planning to flee.
If that's true, Anonymous isn't just
Figure out who that garbled username is. It was like
They could be the mastermind.
5% at
Raise my 13th
no
favorite color.
5% ampersand $sign at a bunch of numbers. There's like a G in there. I don't know. So I skipped all the text, but in this question mark's first appearance, random letters are capitalized. And if you write down all of the capitalized random letters before you start saying get out, it spells the word slower, which is the opposite of what we want to do. So I will pay no attention to this.
Get out. The case is solved. It's solved. Yako's the culprit. Yako's the culprit. Everything was plotted by Yako alone. He hired Fink the slaughter artist. He prepared the murder weapon. He even killed the doctor! Yako acted alone! So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are! There is nothing connecting Yako to an...
Well, if you'll remember, Yako had a lab map. It's odd.
Kill! Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako plotted everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder! This... anyone can find it!
It is a random thing, but it does connect Yomi to this, so if only we could also reap Yomi's soul, alas. I would say exposing the truth is meaningless, but we're out of time. Mystery Labyrinth has disappeared. We are back in the real world. Comment about number one's body, but okay. Why does he have a whip? Speaking of Nightmare. Oh. What do you think of this? He says, holding up a blank folder with no label and no indication of what the papers inside it are. And we offered 100 million Shien to whoever kills Makoto, and yet no one is taking him up on that offer. Good thing that Martina is here to say, you do have the right to remain silent, you do have the right to a lawyer. So she gets character development, I guess.
That was really
Well, so Makoto was the one who saved Martina from getting cubed, although he gives us a different cube, so I don't know what's in there. Maybe a ring. So everyone's sad. Beef is dead. Turning back time won't help. So, because she wasn't invited, Kurumi missed all of this, so we have to tell her all about our adventures. So the chief's wife was a researcher at Amaterasu, and then he might have gotten killed by Dr. Weska's research, which is why he wanted revenge. He was the woman in the photo. This is a letter from Anonymous, probably to Ibyako, probably to instigate the murder, but I don't remember for sure because it's been a little since I played this game. Oh, Yomi's cane turns into a whip. That's where he gets it from. Come on, hurry up. If I finish in less than an hour, I get world record. Anyway, the Great Global Mystery is a mass kidnapping case, and we're on the phone with number one to hear and learn all about it. So apparently, in Kanai Ward, at the very edge of town, there is a
I sure wish we'd gotten the whole
little rural area with
listen closely.
that no one really goes to, and there are a bunch of rumors. Also, in that cutscene, what's it called? Oh yeah, World Detective Organization headquarters exploded, and there was gas. There was some white gas in the box that Makoto gave Yuma that knocked everybody out. And the moral of today's story is, I can't Viv if Vivia is without you. So anyway, this game, when it first released, was really strict about things happening, about spoilers for things that happen after Chapter 4, and it's after Chapter 4, so whatever happens next, please don't tell anybody, okay? I don't want to get in trouble. I love you, Spike Chunsaw. Please make more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. So now we're in at this place, and Kurumi is also here. Chapter 5, and then I was gone. Is just super hopeful. So in addition to the Gray Global Mystery, there's also the Blank Week Mystery, which is a phrase no one really talks about in Kanai Ward. But it is an entire week of time that nobody remembers. The only evidence they have of time passing is their calendars and other electronics.
Master.
So this person, the yellow jacket, is not in his right mind. He attacks us, and we think he might be a zombie. More zombies up ahead. No. What could possibly be happening?
Where should I run to?
Look for a weapon. Well, we found an envelope with a letter from... Okay, this is that restricted area I was just talking about. So, anyone who dies in the city is brought to the restricted area, allegedly. So these blue zombies, you may recognize their outfits. They are our Chapter 2 culprits. So, something ain't right. Very fun lampshade of of the fact that we have completely switched genres. This is no longer murder mystery, this is horror. So, we got a letter on an arrow warning us that these are homunculi and they eat human flesh. So we got to get out of here sooner rather than later. We're going to learn all about the homunculi.
Get out this way.
I know you. Oh, whoops. What time of events? Do you think they're doing this because their souls aren't in there? Like that feels. It feels like that would be one of the reasons why they aren't. They didn't used to be like this. It also seems that the homunculi react strongly to loud sounds. So, okay, we're surrounded by zombies, and we fall down the slope and pass out for a little bit. It wakes us up. It does. And now we are here in front of a building. A really big building. Let's go inside.
It's so massive.
Looks like we can get in here.
The white smoke that knocked out you from the others is a novel, illegal anesthetic developed by Amaterasu. Fast-acting and quick dispersing. Traces of its which are rare. Shinigami smells blood. We're in a factory.
This factory
And that
is so creepy. If you spot any
reference to
Reddit
Resident
rumors,
Evil.
be sure to pick it up.
So this factory makes something pretty standard for a factory. Let's find out what they're making. They're making meat buns. It's the meat bun factory, which is weird because of how many street vendors there are that sell meat buns. Are they selling buns made in the factory?
It's called a special food facility, but they're just making meat buns?
Maybe they're using specially chosen meat. Like there's a flavor unique to this factory.
Quick, use this tablet to turn on the Amapal and distract the homunculi with the very loud sounds that I'm glad I can't hear. Unfortunately, I can still see the whatever this is.
Flocking.
Maybe.
There's a letter, Yasuhiko's handwriting. The United Government paid Amaterasu Corporation to do something.
Yasuhiko is definitely alive. We have to go find everyone right away.
Here we go again.
Same as before, there's something on the floor where that crowd was.
Lost Yasuhiko, now we've lost. I think those are Vivia's clothes.
Let's keep moving. We'll bring the truth to light ourselves.
Actually, there is something that kinda caught my attention. Why was that announcement?
Oh, now this
so
is interesting.
explanatory, Master?
This one is docile. And, we have to pretend to be Yomi so that he can tell us about Yomi, the second person. He's also telling us about the Blank Week mystery, and also that Makoto canceled the homunculus research. Hey, where'd Karumi go?
Where the heck did Karumi go? We have to find...
Oh no. Oh, that's videos. Maybe the last one was spooky, okay. Follow that homunculus.
You're gonna follow it? It might be a trap.
Or no, that's probably
I
safer.
don't know why, but I think it's calling to me.
Well, we're outside, I think.
That figure, is that...
Who is it? A friend of yours, Master?
Maybe.
So, we gotta track him down, huh?
Not here. Where did you go? Maybe this way?
Any green herbs around?
Green herbs, once again, is a reference to Resident Evil. I don't want to meet the monster that made that.
I wonder what's up ahead. Master, you could be falling for a trap, you know.
That's possible. But I have to go. There's no other evidence around.
Good point. Whether a zombie or death god pops out comes down to your luck, Master. This corridor goes on forever. How much longer till we reach the end?
And...
Yeah, no kidding, this corridor goes on forever. You're not letting me fast forward. I have places to do and things to be. Dr. Weska tells us something.
And now, 3 years later, you and I descended on this red and depressed land of Kanai Ward.
The door that's been put through a shredder. These... it's the... I really don't play horror games. The only one I can think of is Metroid. Anyway, finally, sun is shining.
Whatever, let's go!
First time in 7 hours. This sucks.
Now you're hearing things. Poor Master.
I'm not going crazy! I really did hear a voice!
So this is the former CEO of Amaterasu Corporation, who willingly gave up his position to Makoto after he did what he did. Some of these homunculi are much more coherent than others, which
I heard it
I
clearly
wonder
this
what
time.
the difference is.
Then that voice is close by, right? Let's try looking for it, Master.
Oops.
Kanai Ward's remaining unsolved mysteries. A brave master ventures deeper into the lab in search of the unknown. A never-before-seen device, suspicious equipment, a master prowling into a treacherous lab. And then...
What? What happened?
You'll have to read the Master Goes Exploring series.
Jeez, I thought something suddenly popped out. Anyway, don't go making up a series about me.
And funnier than fourth wall breaks are whatever the opposite of fourth wall breaks are, where someone says, "Please don't write a book about this," or make a video game. So, it's like he never left. Here we get to watch this. So morning. Okay, so we're back in here. Thank goodness for at least some fast travel, and now we can run. Finally.
Despite all the murders you've seen, despite getting knocked out over and over again, you were framed as a criminal.
Uh-oh, what's happening?
You murdered real criminals in the
There's some
name
clipping.
of truth.
Am I clipping through Shinigami? Is she pushing me forward? Is this a speedrun strat?
I'm surprised you still call yourself a detective. Oh, to be clear, that's a compliment. A normal person would have fled. Anyone with even
This has to be the most backhanded compliment I've ever received.
Take it.
Like, what?
And yet, here you are.
Back to where we went. There is an announcement thing, which is acting like the tour guide for the factory. It's being actively hostile to us, which is funny. And also significantly narrows down who it could be.
Right here, Master!
Yes, the announcements coming from Makoto Kakatsuchi. Never any doubt. It is Fubuki, so I guess the first one was Homura. Oops. Also, Kurumi's alive. Don't scare us like that, please. A few years ago, a blood test was mandated on every resident of Conai Ward. To test for some disease, or at least that's what they were all told. And then after that, everyone just slept for a week. That was the blank week mystery. They just don't remember a single thing. Okay, this is a little gruesome. And by a little, I mean a lot.
I don't...
So welcome to cold storage. Please don't slip and fall. And coincidence of all coincidences, in the pocket of one of these corpses is a letter. This letter will turn into a solution key. Because of course it will. Now to go tell Karumi the good news. And good news, I mean, Dad owns. Yeah, that's what the opposite of good news is. Part of the abandoned village. Going upstairs that are kind of a little bit similar to the stairs in front of the church.
Watch out!
I barely remember how many hours ago that was.
If you slipped on a slope like this. Do you hear that? Too? What is it? My heart's pounding just thinking about what might happen.
There's this place which looks like a bathhouse, except it has giant chimneys pumping smoke into the air. Oh, the mind-cleansing bath. Boy, do we all need this right about now. Also, the village is a restricted area because toxic gases leak through the environment. At least according to that loading screen tip. Alright. Let's turn off the rain. For the first time in 3 whole years. Yes, we have solved the great global mystery. Everyone who got kidnapped is put into this cold storage. Don't be scared. Only... Oh. Don't be scared, it's only Makoto. Or to be scared. Up to you. So be afraid, be very afraid. Kurumi's collapsed. Makoto is here to do something, I don't know. In this cutscene, the rain cloud generator gets turned back on to bring all the rain back, because otherwise, what would the rain code in this game's title be? fatal flaw of the Mongolite is sunlight. According to that video's being corrupted or whatever. And according to these characters, sunlight is a 4-letter word. Alright, one last time. Target mystery is the collection of corpses in the fancy refrigerator. A great global mystery, I guess.
There's no time to hesitate.
One last time. Say it with me now. Down the rabbit hole we go. Okay, not yet. Once again, with feeling. Down the rabbit hole we go. And for the first time in 5 chapters, we don't have a partner with us. It's just me and Shinigami. Sorry to say, I don't think we're getting world record. World record is 7:50:01. And that means I have 30 minutes to finish the game.
If we keep going, we should be able to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Disappointed but not surprised.
Final mystery.
I did game over.
Speaking of,
Chapter 4.
why do you think this is the last mystery labyrinth?
No reason. It just feels like that. I think I needed your powers in order to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret in the first place. I've got a feeling that when we solve this mystery, our pact will come to an end. Am I wrong?
You know I can't reveal anything about our pact. Regardless, if I train you to be a great detective, there'll come a day you won't need me anymore.
But there's still a ways to go before I can call myself a true detective. At the very least, I have to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone.
I think I've heard that before somewhere.
Don't you remember? You heard that from the person who left the strongest impression on you.
Oh, right! You're just a copycat!
I'm copying nobody. I'm just echoing what they said. I guess you could say they influenced me. If that was said by a detective you admire, it seems like a good idea to aim for the same goal.
Because of Amaterasu and Kanai Ward's development by Illis Research. Why? For military purposes, of course. Forgot to tell you, the reason they wanted that was so that they could have an immortal army of soldiers.
So what exactly are homunculi?
They're artificially made human beings. Human DNA is extracted to use as a base to grow human cells. The age, gender, and looks are synthetically copied onto an artificial human.
What's the fun in copying people to begin with? That's something I'll never understand. Humans are such weird creatures.
Ever wanted to be Mystery Fandom? Now you can. Introducing Chapter 5.
Don't go any further! There's nothing up ahead! Let's get up and go home. What I'm looking for doesn't exist! I want you to have just a fantasy! I don't exist. Have you even seen the homunculus? Do you have any proof they exist? It's true it was being researched. But that research was cancelled. Man, that research... it was a complete failure.
Molecular research wasn't a complete failure. There was one successful homunculus created by United Government. I don't know why they never made any more, but they didn't.
Anyway, the unified government must have really wanted to make that homunculus. They tasked Amaterasu to make it, but set up their own research facilities as well.
They tried to accelerate the research by having these two facilities compete with each other. The unified government was first to have their experiments succeed. But apparently, that was the only successful experiment.
Those are some terrible odds.
What I want to know is the identity of that homunculus they were able to create. According to the report Fubuki left behind, the only successful
mind.
specimen
That didn't have a
was from
set,
the
that
world's
refers
greatest
to
mind.
According to this memo, the world's greatest mind is #1 of the World Detective Organization.
#1 of the WDO. But if that's true, then there's something else bothering me about it.
Hey, Master!
What's up?
Nothing. I was just thinking about how we should keep our focus on Kanai Ward's mysteries. I mean, the completed homunculus disappeared, right? So that doesn't have anything to do with what's going on here.
You can't say for certain it's unrelated.
Well, #1 was that old man, right? You never saw him anywhere in Kanai Ward.
That's true. I didn't see him in the city.
See? I told you that homunculus has nothing to do with this stuff. Besides, world's greatest mind. He got blown up with that building, right?
That's true, though I feel like he went down too easily.
Who cares about that old geezer? Let's talk about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Sure.
memory lane. First it was the Clock Tower and Mansion and Art Gallery and Casino, School. Now it's Doya District. The Flood in Doya District.
This place seems familiar.
Yeah, it looks like Doya District. I wonder if we have to go through here.
Seems that way. Okay then.
From Project Marculus, Sonic Ward's residence. Happened as a result of Plank Week history. On down the beaches at sunset. Oh, atmospheric. Oh no. Look how fast this is. And it changes speed too? Hell. Time to smile, we are determined.
No. You're wrong. They couldn't have been swapped. Impossible. It's a fantasy you made up. All of it. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it. Everything you say is wrong. No. You're wrong. They couldn't have been swapped! Residents were swapped to come on July? That's impossible! Something else caused the blank week! Everyone was drugged and knocked out! Every resident fell asleep! So, there's a gap in their memories! That's why the memories connect across that week! That's impossible if they were swapped! If they were swapped, they'd be different beings. Their memories would be totally different too. They can inherit memories. What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories.
Come on, hurry up, we don't have all day. I mean, we probably do, but I would like to PB. I do appreciate how they're saying everyone here is a homunculus. The entire city is full of homunculi. And then they show 4 pictures of people. And it's 2 pictures of Kurumi. And 2 pictures of Chief Yako. Because those are the only 2 people we remember.
Like I keep telling you, swapping places is just in your head. You are no proof of switching took place. There's zero evidence for that. The homunculi were destroyed after the experiment. At the hands of the researchers who saw failures. That's why it's impossible. Homunculi would have attacked the city. No one was killed by the homunculi.
Video evidence. The real Dr. Huesca is killed by a homunculi. Which I think makes him the only character to die on screen twice. None of the homunculi died when I disabled the machine. A state of emergency was declared and everybody was told to go inside. Anyone who didn't would have collapsed just like Kurumi did, but even if they had woken up, they would have just gone crazy until the clouds came back, which was not a lot of time, so they would have just had a short gap, and maybe none of the maybe no one would get hurt. But if they did, that was such a short time before we entered the Mystery Labyrinth that by the time we get out, we'll be able to explain it to everyone before anyone else asks a question. Okay, so I kind of kept this from you. Because it does recontextualize an entire series. But I lied about the pink blood being censorship in this game. It's because they're homunculi. If you'll remember, Yuma's blood on the train lock and throughout all of the mystery labyrinths was red. Because Yuma is a human being. So, it might have been a stylistic choice, but it is actually plot relevant. No one on the train was a homunculus, except for fake Zilch. We didn't get to see any of their blood because they were burned alive. Not alive, but they were burned, so we didn't see anyone's blood except for Yuma's. This means Fake Zilch went on the train from Conai Ward to the train station. Somehow always avoided sunlight. Wasn't affected by any sunlight coming through the windows of the car. And didn't actually get cut by the knife, but we knew that part. Such an interesting philosophical question. It appears the homunculi do have souls because all of the culprits had their souls reaped by Shinigami. And that's why they became zombies. So perhaps when they die the first time, they lose their soul, and that's what causes them to become zombies. And so somehow the United Government engineered the one successful homunculus to not lose their soul, I guess. And another rare 2 cutscenes in a row. People who have been paying attention may notice that we haven't had a Green Onset Destroyer segment since Chapter 3. Sorry to say there isn't one here either. But I think the writers just forgot about it. Which is a shame, because again, it's my favorite part of the game. And now Makoto's here. Put that thing down. Now I have to figure out what he means by whatever he's saying. Makoto came here 3 years ago. But what was happening when Makoto arrived? Knife Leap mystery. Now Makoto's putting on different masks. Go something. Makoto do protect Conai Ward? Isolation. Happy Halloween. Makoto's now a pumpkin. CEO of Crosser Corporation, he ended the homunculus research. Pig for reasons that shall remain a mystery. This next one is a little frightening, so jump scare warning, I guess. Or purple, even though it matches his suit. It's also glow in the dark. And then the reason he had the detectives gather at Conai Ward was to oust Yomi, because Yomi was rivaling Makoto for things. Ouch! Owie! Bleeding. Now he's Jack Skellington. I mean, we will smash off a mask eventually, but not quite yet. There's a little bit more before then. Our final Shinigami puzzle, who's excited? Okay, I guess this game will teach you how to spell 2 words. Right, there's a crack in the mask. We're almost there. And it's based on Pokemon. Unlike the rest of the Mystery Phantoms, he did not explode into Qs the moment we hit him with our Solution Blade. He's bleeding, which means he's not a Mystery Phantom. He's the actual person. Entered Mystery Labyrinth using Coalescence. Better used Coalescence. It just so happens that Coalescence forte of number 1. And we already know Yuma's blood is red. Surprise! Yuma Coco Head is the guy who's really good at cooking, is actually just the ramen stand owner. Who'd have thunk it? And now we enter the Despair arc. Lasts like a minute, I think. You can move the camera here. It's funny. Also, guess who's here to help break down the door? I am. Reaching the end game. It's been a wild ride.
Years ago, Amaterasu Corporation received a request from the UG to research homunculi. The UG planned to use these immortal synthetic humans for military purposes. A massive amount of money was poured into the research, and Amaterasu and Kanai Ward developed quickly as a result. But the UG also set up their own research facility, which pit the two organizations against each other. 3 years ago, the UG facility finally succeeded in creating a homunculus. This was the birth of the homunculus based on the top detective of the WDO, #1. The first of its kind in the world. You, Makoto Kagutsuchi! Unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. As your friend, I want the same thing. And that's why I'll protect everyone in Kanai Ward. These pitiful homunculi didn't ask to be made, and neither did I. Peacekeepers Yomi held the real power in Amaterasu. And upon hearing of the UG facility's successful experiment, Amaterasu panicked and extracted blood from all the residents of Kanai Ward to initiate Project Homunculus. The experiment failed, and the defective homunculi went berserk after exposure to sunlight, ravaging the city. This is the Blank Week mystery. You arrived at the city during these events and tried to rectify things. You made the rain cloud generator to block out the sun and brought the people back to their senses. But the original residents had already been wiped out by then. The homunculi didn't remember anything from the blank week, returning to their lives thinking they were human. The Yuji decided to exterminate Kanai Ward along with the defective homunculi. Did whatever was necessary to protect Kanai Ward. Ironically, all that did was create more unsolved mysteries. Still, I wanted to protect the homunculi. I had to. If I didn't, who would? After your negotiations with the Yuji, Kanai Ward became isolated and independent. And true to his word, the former CEO of Amaterasu abdicated his position to you. You immediately put an end to the homunculus research. This was to prevent the creation of any more tragic homunculi, and to hide their existence from the world. Posing as number one, you took advantage of the WDO. You abducted vicious criminals and brought them to Kanai Ward. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. That's always been my creed. But things changed when I discovered I was a homunculus. I've become someone else since I learned there were others like me. Director Yomi was your biggest obstacle in protecting the homunculi of Kanai Ward. He and Dr. Wesker were planning to leak information about them to the outside world. If Kanai Ward's secret had been made public, the UG would have been forced to act. Yomi grew too powerful, so you summoned master detectives to Kanai Ward to get rid of him for you. Once gathered here, we faced off with the peacekeepers just like you wanted. And you helped Chief Yaku get his revenge from behind the scenes, taking Dr. Wesker and Yomi out of the picture!
Almost done.
This is the real perfect solution. The only difference is the world hasn't caught up to me yet. The WDO now belongs to me. The unified government will soon fall into my hands. So I believed. But I can only lie to the people of Kanai Ward for so long. We're coming to a tipping point. I know the end will come eventually, but there's no turning back. What am I supposed to do? What else should I sacrifice? What can I do to save everyone? All this time, I've carried this burden alone. I can't take it anymore. Somebody help me.
Decision to make. Stay in the Mystery Labyrinth, or do we destroy the Mystery Labyrinth? I am going to... Let me pick it, please. So we'll let Makoto leave, destroy the Makoto will destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, and with us in it, I guess. So Makoto canceled his coalescence because I guess you can just do that. And now we're taking the emergency exit. Remember that all the way back in Chapter 1? The price Shinigami mentioned was canceling the pact. So now that we're finally a great detective, we no longer need Shinigami's help. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the pact, we're going to forget everything related to Shinigami. That's sad. This Wade gives us a hug or something, I think. Alright, there is an epilogue. So we aren't done just yet.
More rain.
I don't really have much to say about this, so I'll say my goodbyes now. Thank you to everyone for watching this run. Thank you to really Longathon for having me. And thank you especially to everyone who stuck around for this whole thing. I'm glad that I was able to show this off anywhere, because it's an incredibly long run. But I think chat is not working on my phone right now because I don't see any new messages. But thank you all anyway. Hope you'll have me back someday. Makoto has given Kurumi clearance to travel outside Kanai Ward now that a special sun cream has been developed for them to wear or use so that they don't go berserk due to the sunlight. And the real Yuma's restaurant is full of specially designed food to give the nutrients to all the homunculi. They don't have to eat human meat because that's gross. All things considered, this is as happy an ending as we're gonna get. Say our goodbyes to all of the master detectives. And then there's going to be a cutscene, and then I'm going to skip the cutscene, and then it's going to be time, so get ready. That's back. Thanks, everybody. Rumi is leaving to go search for number one. Say thank you personally. With that, Vivia became the first person to hate Crime Homunculus. Coming up on time, I skip this cutscene. Time.